Oh yes, no one was nana. Prime Minister Simon Ekpa. The spirit of Biafra is upon me. That is why I am offering this song to our Prime Minister Simon Ekpa. In Urobo dialect and Isoko. Lucky star is sinking, sinking, Udogu, Ekpa. Amorotomo, Agbada, Brururu. Amorotomo, Agbada, Brururu. Excellency Simon Ekpa. Yeruwe yo, Bitrowe Salon. Go with the same the freedom you brought to the way for us. Go with the same no. Amorotomo Agbada Guru. Dear Simon Joko, you have done so much for us. I am shedding tears of joy. Your tide cannot be seen easily. I search around the whole world, the greatest freedom fighter. We, the Robo, we appreciate you awesome. Worry sister, say you are so good, you are so wonderful. Clara Dimu say you are so good. Amorutamo Agbada. Helen Peter say you are so good. That is the truth. Patricia Robo say you are so good. Amorutamo Agbada Guru. Soko with the Sedo. What a wonderful man. The good guy. It's only the fool that we hate him. And I know those who are sitting at the fence in this Biafra struggle, they will not learn. Maybe they will learn in the grave. Urobisoko with the Sedo. The freedom you brought to do well for us. Worry sister say you are so good. Urobisoko with the Sedo. Paradim say you are so good. Anna Wabadaguru. Amorotomo Agbada Guru. Amorotomo Agbada Guru. Urobisoko with the Sedo. Urobisoko with throw salute. Even lucky star, it is Sedo. You do well, it is Sedo. That you do well, we salute you, we throw away salute. Patricia Urobo say you are so good, you are so good. Amorotomo Agbada Guru. I am in tears of joy, for your good work cannot be quantified. Oh. Amorotomo agbada gburu. Ewo, Isoko Bidise.
Our Father who art in heaven, that your name may be hallowed by men, that we may bow at the mention of it, that we may offer every glory unto thee, that we may offer you every adoration and adulation, because there is none like thee. You fight our battles for us. Every blessed day you demonstrate through your kindness and your everlasting mercy that you are our Lord, our God, and our Creator. This evening we offer these your children unto thee. All over this very planet that you created, they are listening across the entire 24 time zones on this very planet where they inhabit. They are listening to your gospel this very evening, this gospel of redemption, a gospel of hope, a gospel of restoration, a gospel of renewal, this very gospel of freedom, this very gospel of emancipation as only you ordained, that this very gospel must be preached, that mankind may be set free from the eternal damnation of the creation of the British. My goodness me, I want to remain in the spirit because we must worship heaven. We answer your name, O Lord of hosts. Everything about us is designed to offer glory unto thee. We have atoned for our sins last year. This very year we have not only atoned for our sins, we have spilled, we have shed blood, they have shed our blood. We have let our sacrifice be made unto thee. Even on the 30th of August, as we are being felled by the bullets of the enemy, by the workers of iniquity and of darkness, we remain very strong today to beckon upon thee, to ask you for your mercy and for your grace, to ensure that your kingdom is restored upon the face of the earth, that you can bring your healing hand to bear upon the life of those of them that you created for one singular purpose, and that purpose alone, which is to worship you in truth and in every honesty. Is there any way that we have erred? Is there any way that our ancestors may have sinned? We confess before a congregation of the whole of humanity to ask you, O Lord of hosts, to have mercy upon us. You must have mercy upon us. We have suffered enough. We have been subjugated enough. We have been tortured enough. We have been imprisoned enough. We did not do these people anything. Our only crime is to answer your name. Our only crime is to be born your children. Our only crime is to excel at everything that we place our hands into. Our only crime is to exhibit your glory and your blessing, which manifestedly is upon our lives every blessed day. That is why they want to kill us. That is why the British want to join those of them who don't know you to destroy your creation and your inheritance. You will not allow shame to befall your name. You will not allow the enemies to triumph over the lives of your children, because you created us to exist, to worship, to honor, and to praise you. That is exactly what we are going to do when this Biafra comes. It will come in truth and in every honesty, because we remain every blessed day whiter than white and whiter than snow. Is there any way that we have sinned that you cannot forgive us our trespasses, to enable us to fulfill your own word, which was spoken thousands of years ago, that instead of what you promised not to come to pass, that heaven and earth will cease to exist. You opened your mouth to bless mankind to the coming of Yahweh Yeshua, who came here and said, let your kingdom come on earth as it is in heaven. Those words can never be in vain, because they are anchored upon your holiness and your magnificence. That is why in the end we know that Biafra will come, that these children that we have given birth to all over the world, and their children, and their children, and their children, as long as they give birth to them and they are Biafrans, they will worship you in truth and honesty. Through this very work we are doing, mankind will come to understand you. Let your miracle be wrought in our lives. Let us witness and behold your magnificence, your holiness, your mystery, and your grace under our command. O Lord of hosts, we call upon you. We call upon you to heal. We call upon you to provide succor to those of them who are inconsolable. We ask you to come and strengthen those who are weak. We ask you to restore hope where there is hopelessness. We ask you for inclusion where there is destitution. We ask you for one brotherhood, one camaraderie, one bone, one blood, and one flesh of your children. The Efiks and the Bibios, the Izon, the Shekiri, the Isobos, and also those of them from Isoko. We are traveling all the way to the lands of Igala. We are moving on from there to Idoma, to Igede, to the territories of the Igbo land. All these places we dedicate unto thee. All these lands of yours, we ask you to cover it with your mercy, because Biafra will come, and when it does, we will dance on the streets. I'm telling you, by the time that we are done, humanity will think that we are mad, we are drunk in your glory, and rightfully so, because your kingdom will come to rest upon this very earth. That very kingdom is the unadulterated, non-negotiable sovereignty of the Republic of Biafra, that your will may be fulfilled in our time.
Yeah.
All this we pray, all these we ask for, in no other name apart from that name that belongs to you. I had in Sosine Bigebi Rone Bigebi. He said, my name is Namdekano. I am the leader of indigenous people of Biafra all over this very planet, I tell you. Unless you understand your role in society, you can never ever make any meaningful contribution. According to the Greeks, there are three types of people on this earth: the idiots, the tribesmen, and the citizens. People don't know the meaning of the word idiot. They think it's an insult. It's not an insult. When the Greeks used the word idiots, they did not use it as a curse word. Idiots are people who just do not care. That is the original meaning of the word. If they write exams, they will cheat. If they are in government, they will steal. An idiot does not care at all. If he eats banana, he throws the peel anywhere instead of putting it in a trash can. According to the Greeks, some societies have more idiots than tribesmen and citizens. As I used to say before, Nigeria is full of idiots. Idiots. Before, Southern Sudan fought a war for 30 years. 30. Our own was only 3 years. Only our boss. 3 years only. Everybody ran away. Only 3 years. We don't want to build men that at the slightest sight of difficulty, they run away. We want to weed out all the chaffs. We need those that can sustain. Those who are relentless in the pursuit of our freedom until our freedom comes. No retreat and no surrender. How do you get them?
Buying and selling has put us into wait and take business in anything we want to do. Whatever that will take us time, we don't want it again.
Nobody wants
the problem with people.
You know your people, at the slightest sign of difficulty, because they are used to buying and selling, they will run away.
Somebody is telling me here, he doesn't want to even go back to that zoo safe or whatever.
But you must understand this. The greatest task on this very earth is to get a black man to reason like a human being. The same way, it's just like trying to keep an Igbo man away from gossip. Hey, it's impossible now. Come on, for goodness sake. How can you keep an Igbo man away from gossip? Oh no, please give me a break. Anywhere there is gossip, you find them there. Gossip, the gossip is sweeter than honey from Igbo man. Gossip. Unverified rumors and gossip is like honey to them. That is how hard it is trying to remove the bottle from the mouth of a baby saboteur. Is as hard as trying to get a black man to reason properly.
All right. So we are reading from the book of Obadiah, from chapter 1 from verse 10. He said, "For violence against your brother Jacob, for violence against your brother Jacob, shame shall cover you, and you shall be cut off forever." Are you all listening? Let me repeat it again. The book of Obadiah, chapter 1, verse 10, say, "For violence against your brother Jacob, shame shall cover you, and you shall be cut off forever." All of you have seen the way the people who claim to be fighting for Biafra, you know that this is a special week we are, okay? What has happened today? Some of them, all the things they have done in the past, they have gone back to it and start taking glory. They are taking glory. After they wage violence against their own brother. Let me read from 11. In this one, go to Nigeria. "In the day that you stood on the other side, in the day that you stood on the other side, in the day that strangers carried captive his forces when foreigners entered his gate and cast lot for Jerusalem. Even you were as one of them. Hey! Are you people following? The book of Obadiah, chapter 1, verse 11, said, in the day that you stood on the other side, in the day that strangers, Fulani government and their politicians, strangers carried captive his forces, when strangers entered his gate, when strangers entered our land and they cast lots for Jerusalem, even you, the people that claim they are fighting for Biafra, even you were one of them. Even you were one of the strangers. Even you were one of those who have come to carry the forces captive. You
prayer. There is no room for sabotage. I am not fighting Biafra freedom with a clean eye. The thing I'm telling you people today, if you know you are going to occupy any position in the Biafra de facto government in the homeland, listen and pay attention. I don't have friend. I don't know anybody. I don't know you. You are not my friend. The only thing that we are doing brought us together is that you have volunteered to serve Biafra people in the homeland. If you become a problem, you will regret it. It is a call to serve Biafra people, not a call to serve Simon Ekpa, not a call to build clique, not a call to form cabals in your various states, not a call to do paddy in the Biafra government. The price and the consequences is heavy. Many people have died in this struggle. You must listen to instruction. You must take directive and don't.
I want to encourage every Biafrans to be very, very, very resolute and focused. The difference between us, the Biafra people, and those that are blackmailing and propagating all manner of falsehood against us is that they are two-faced people, corrupt, very unbalanced people, and we are not two-faced. These people that are parading and spreading all this falsehood against us are those who believe in Biafra and they believe in Nigeria. So
I want you to understand that forget whatever that is going on social media, forget whatever that the Nigeria terrorist states are saying on social media and behaving on their National Assembly. They know that the game is over. I am telling you the fact. The northern Nigeria know that the game is over. I know what is going on within them. The presidency of Nigeria know that the game is over. The Senate President Ekpa knows that the game is over. The only people that do not know, or maybe they are just skeptical, are the gullible one Nigerians who are believing in the Nigerian terrorist army that they have the capability to eliminate Biafrans, don't knowing that I actually lost the war already before even the war started.
All of us Biafrans in the British cabinet, the facto homeland, the Biafran Liberation Forces, the Biafran Army, we have vowed in our life. We are going to continue this same call, this same place that our Prime Minister Simon Ekpa has. Nobody will stop that. I want to let Biafrans know that our Prime Minister Simon Ekpa has set all the structures in place for Biafra restoration from the beginning to the end. Message. Biafra men and women hear that ugly message from those that claim they are following our prime minister. Meanwhile, they were planted to destroy what we are doing. And it is the task of each and every one of us here to make sure that Biafra land is a land where respect for men and women exists. Respect, equity, justice, inequality exists. That is what the United States of Biafra is going to stand for. Anybody following individuals that believe that therefore cannot talk to them, those crop of individuals do not belong to the current Biafra we are building. Nobody will bring them near. Not why some of us are here. So I'm going to get back in touch with you or give me a call in the next 24 to 48 hours. And we already have a plan in place. Our young men and women, nobody will demean you. Nobody will demean you. You all saw our attorney who confirmed our redeclaration. She's a young lady like some of you, and she knows what is playing out. She stood in Finland and declared that this generation, the next generation, can never, ever be undermined by any individual who believes because he is a man, he can undermine the woman in Biafra land. That will never happen. We will chase them so far from the leadership of this United States of Biafra. Thank you so much, and give me a call. Again, we are going to let them know, we're going to let our women know that nobody has the right to demean women in the United States of Biafra. We all here have heard people use comments like, yes, like that. That shows us, even though it hurts, but that shows even the average Biafran and women that are following our Prime Minister, Simon Ekpa, that is out of bounds. That only one under his leadership, His Excellency Simon Ekpa. Anybody that is confusing anyone or telling you there is another, no, there is nothing. There's just one, recognized by His Excellency Simon Ekpa. And we can pray. Once he has that communication, Biafrans, we understand that Obato Obie does not take no crap from nobody. No matter who you are, you must respect that authority. That authority is the only thing that can protect all of us. But we thank God, somebody said this is a transition period. If these things does not happen, Biafrans will not know who is following our Prime Minister, who wants him to fail, who wants him to be out. So this moment is ordained to happen so that Biafrans will know who is who in this restoration process. So lives, how New Dimension Monday has saved their lives. You will see all that when you go to the website, www.newdimensionmonday.org. Those individuals spreading lies on social media, either they know, but they want to continue to do what they do by using the name of Obato Obie to go and start propagating lies to unsuspecting Biafrans who may or may not believe them. But one thing we know is that they will be relegated to the trash can of Biafra history. That is where they will end up in. As our own Adono has said, and as our finance minister has said, our prime minister is fully aware of the functioning and the modus operandi of New Dimension Mandate. All the people that are working on the back end of New Dimension Mandate, our prime minister is fully aware of them. So when they say that our local bank account is tied to an Islamic bank, these are all propaganda. And I tell people, Biafrans do not discriminate against anybody. We are a nation that uphold the dignity of every individual. We uphold the equality. We uphold the rights of every citizen. Biafra and New Dimension Monday makes the world a better place. So those individuals that comes out to castigate other tribes, other religions, they are not part of building of Biafra. Even our own leader, Nnamdi Kanu, when he was in prison before, he paid for Hausa citizens to gain their freedom from the DSS dungeon of Nigerian government. Nnamdi Kanu did that. So anybody that comes out today to create that division between Biafrans and the Hausas or anybody, that individual is not propagating the message of either our leader Nnamdi Kanu or our Prime Minister Simon Ekpa. These are non-entities that have no place in the history of the United States of Biafra.
That's right.
Going around deceiving non-suspecting individuals, getting people confused, getting people to think negatively about what our Prime Minister has set up and has approved.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for joining me on today's program, wherever you are joining. I appreciate everyone that has connected. I say good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Accept my greetings according to your time zone. It is another day. Today is Monday, and you know what it is. If you are watching me from TikTok, tap the screen and share the program. If you are watching from Facebook, share the program, make sure you invite someone to join us. And if you're with me here on David Herbert channel where I'm hosting the program, I welcome you and I urge you, as always, please like and share the program. Don't watch this program alone. It is very, very important that you bring at least one person to this program. You must not watch this program alone. Make sure you bring at least one person to this program. Very important. You're welcome, my beloved sister, Linda TV show. I can see you there. Thank you for joining, my beloved sister. So wherever you are connecting from, I urge you to make sure you bring at least one person to the program. My fellow Biafrans that are watching this program, and those who are watching for the very first time, or those who are going to come across this video for the very first time, I want you to know that this platform where you are watching this program is a platform that stands under the United States of Biafra. A platform under the command of our Prime Minister, Mazi Simon Ekpa, and on the supreme command of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Today, under the control of Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, the Deputy Prime Minister and COS interim. That is where we stand on this platform. So the choice is yours, either to pay attention and listen or not to pay attention. In this very platform, we do not come here to instigate violence. We do not come here to preach hate. We don't come here to attack individuals or persons. We do not come here to push propaganda or blackmail against anybody. We don't come here for saga. In this platform, we do not stand against any race or religion. What we do in this platform is to propagate freedom, more especially freedom for the Biafran people. To tell the world the true situation in Biafra land and in Nigeria as a whole. In this platform, we expose the secret war that Nigeria has been fighting against the Biafran people since 1967 up to date. We expose the genocide Nigeria is committing in Biafran territory that nobody is speaking about. The conventional media find it difficult to report it. No international media is paying attention to it. No international organization is paying attention, even when they have evidences before them. We try as much as possible to share it with the world. So that when we begin to respond, nobody's going to say he or she does not know. You cannot pretend for too long. Just as we have started responding. Remember, the supreme leader of IPOB, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, laid a very solid and peaceful foundation. Ask for the self-referendum of the Biafran people, allow them to decide their fate. The contraption called Nigeria refused. They plotted to take his life. He escaped. They went and kidnapped him and brought him to Nigeria through extraordinary rendition against the international law and violating all laws and his rights. The least we expected is a sanction on Nigeria. But it's been 4 years and counting. There has not been any sanction on Nigeria. Instead, they pretend not to know what is going on. They pretend it's not happening because of their own selfish interest. But no matter what their interest is, we have come to a stage where we will not beg anybody for our freedom. Because freedom is not given, it is taken. And we are here to take our freedom. After the kidnap of our Supreme Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, the Biafrans made a decision that every Monday, like today, will be a sit at home. Biafrans came together and agreed that every Monday will be a total lockdown. Since then, up to this moment, Monday is sacred in Biafran territory. If you are an international journalist and you have a doubt, or you are from other part of the world, you have a doubt, please fly into Biafran land and come back with your report. I seize the opportunity to inform all international media, investigative journalists, please find a reason to go to Biafran land, get information for yourself, and bring it out for the world to see. This is very important. When you go to the social media platform, you see Biafran platform where they are crying and shouting, demanding for their freedom. It is not because they are jobless. It's not because they are troublemakers. It's not because of envy or jealousy. It is because they have become an endangered species in a country that's supposed to be theirs. And we say enough is enough. The Biafran people have made a decision, conducted a self-referendum under the Prime Minister Mazi Simon Ekpa. And more than 60 million Biafrans voted to exit the Zoological Republic. And they gave their mandates to the Prime Minister Mazi Simon Ekpa to go ahead with his office and restore Biafra. Our Prime Minister Mazi Simon Ekpa went ahead to go on to the declaration. On the 29th of November, the declaration of the restoration of independence of Biafra was made in Lahti, Finland. From then onwards, we became the United States of Biafra. And today, we are speaking as people of United States of Biafra. My fellow Biafrans, it is understandable that we feel the absence of the Prime Minister Mazi Simon Ekpa, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Biafra. There is no doubt that if he is absent, but we know that his office is still working. Just like the Deputy Prime Minister have said that Mazi Simon Ekpa have laid a foundation, kept a structure on how Biafra is going to be actualized from A to Z. He kept this structure that even in his absence, the restoration will continue. And that is what is happening today under the Deputy Prime Minister, Dr. Ngozi Orabueze. The restoration of Biafra have continued. But unfortunately, there are people who do not appreciate the fact that Biafra is going to be restored. There are people who, for their own personal and selfish reason, have refused to obey to the instructions given by the Prime Minister, Mazi Simon. A clear instruction to continue on the structure under the Deputy Prime Minister, Dr. Ngozi Orabueze. Some look down on her because she's a woman. They say they are not going to be under a woman. Some felt they were supposed to be the people there. And from all they think in the other side, you understand that they never trusted Mazi Simon ever. But unfortunately, just like in the case of Mazi Nnamdi, those who refuse to trust him continue to use his name to propagate their evil agenda. Even though they don't trust him nor obey him. The same thing is happening today. Some individuals using the name of our Prime Minister Mazi Simon to deceive people, even when they do not believe in Mazi Simon. If you believe in him, you will follow the instruction. Knowing fully well that he's going to join us in a very few minutes. Knowing fully well that somebody is in the office is not empty. Knowing fully well that the person in the office is taking action to move forward. But unfortunately, these people never wanted our Prime Minister to restore Biafra. That is why they are doing what they are doing today. The most painful thing today is the card they are playing today. When you sit back and watch what is happening, you will see the card they are playing. A card of division. Every single thing that Mazi Nnamdi can have fought for and destroyed. The things that Mazi Simon have fought hard and destroyed, they are returning back. We saw them play the ethnic card, playing the tribal card after the Biafran people have been united in one voice and in one heart. After the Biafran people have recognized that they are one people, not divided. Today, somebody is coming to play an ethnic card to begin to identify Biafrans differently. That is why you see them organizing groups to go and write a letter that they will not obey the Deputy Prime Minister, Dr. Ngozi Orabueze. These idiotic groups that are writing these letters are faceless. Many of them are nowhere known. They were not even active. From Mazi Nnamdi to Mazi Simon up to date. But they managed to gather themselves to throw that ethnic card, and they wrote a letter. But to the greatest joy, Chukwu Okike made it possible that Biafrans ignored that ethnic card they are playing. Biafrans didn't pay attention to it. The letter was written by faceless people. The de factors in the homeland are still intact and following. But these are just corrupt individuals who try to plant the ethnic card. It didn't work for them. They turn back again and they are playing the religious card. It is sad that these things are what our Supreme Mazi Nnamdi can have fought. And our Prime Minister fought against it. We have gone to the extent of establishing that there will be three major religions, three official religions. There's no two ways about it. That is what our constitution says. Three official religions. But that does not mean we will be attacking the rest of religion. No. That does not mean that you will be stopped to practice whatever you want to practice. No. You can still worship whatever you want to worship. You want to worship snake, you want to worship tortoise, you want to worship yourself. You are entitled to that. Very much entitled to that. Nobody is going to stop you or hate you or deny you appointment or position simply because you have a different belief. Not in Biafran territory. Mazin Nanakan made it clear. And Mazin Simon made it clear. But this criminal set of people try to creep in again and bring in this ethnic bias, religious bias, which is unacceptable by Biafrans. Why are they doing that? To cause confusion. When the Deputy Prime Minister, Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, appointed our brother from Kogi State, our brother from Middle Belt, not that he appointed, this very person was even appointed by the Prime Minister himself. Prime Minister appointed him in one of the committees he organized. A man named Yakubu. They use it as a propaganda against our Deputy Prime Minister. That why must she bring somebody called Yakubu? Even when they know that it was our Prime Minister, Mazi Samuel brought him, introduced him, gave him an appointment. And in case you do not know, I am going to play a video where Mazi Simon ever gave Yakubu an appointment for you to know that he's not a stranger. Listen to this.
Names will be added as at when need, and then also names will be removed when the need arises. We have Janine Kondol. Janine Kondol is the attorney for the Biafra Republic government in exile, based in Philippines. We have Mazi Victor Adem as a member of the Constitutional Committee. We have the Chief of Staff of the Biafra Republic government in exile, Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, as a member and a coordinator of this committee. Victor Adem will be the chairman of this Constitutional Committee. Mazi Luke Iwunze, the ambassador of Biafra in Australia, will be a member of this committee. Dr. Dorothy Adana Anthony, who is serving the Women and Child Service Welfare, you will be a member of this committee. Emmanuel Yakubu from Igala State will be a member of this committee. Emmanuel is the sole administrator.
Did you hear his name? Emmanuel Yakubu, a member of Constitutional Committee. Emmanuel Yakubu. Did you hear the Prime Minister mention his name? Pay attention so that you can hear.
Names will be added as at when need, and then also names will be removed when the need arises. We have Janine Kondol. Janine Kondol is the attorney for the Biafra Republic government in exile, based in Philippines. We have Mazi Victor Adem as a member of the Constitutional Committee. We have the Chief of Staff of the Biafra Republic government in exile, Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, as a member and a coordinator of this committee. Victor Adem will be the chairman of this Constitutional Committee. Mazi Luke Iwunze, the ambassador of Biafra in Australia, will be a member of this committee. Dr. Dorothy Adana Anthony, who is serving the Women and Child Service Welfare, you will be a member of this committee. Emmanuel Yakubu from Igala State will be a member of this committee. Emmanuel is the sole administrator of Igala State of Biafra. Mbekoyo Efio.
Did you hear it? The sole administrator of Igala State of Biafra, Emmanuel Yakubu. But when this name was seen on appointment of the Deputy Prime Minister, the expelled former members of the cabinet used it as a propaganda against the Deputy Prime Minister. And when the Prime Minister Mazi Sakura was speaking here, you see how he introduced the COS. He said the COS of the Biafra Republic government in exile. The COS of the government. But when they came, they also told you a lie. They say he's the COS to Mazi Simon Ekpa. And the gullible ones are believing him. When you look at all the lines they have told and try to fashion it, when you catch them in this, they go in this, begin to, and it is only people who are not paying attention that they are deceiving. As for the genuine Biafrans that are paying attention, none of them is moved. None of them is in doubt. Every genuine Biafra is online. These individuals continue to push division. What Mazin Nandi can have fought so hard to take away. Mazi Simon Ekpa cemented it and made sure that everybody is inclusive. Mazi Simon Ekpa made sure that everybody is included, men, women, young, old. Everybody is respected. But today, they have thrown everything to the dustbin. And when you go to their platform, it is blackmail, 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 and blackmail. Lie and lie and lie. But I tell you, only the truth can stand the test of time. You can continue to lie for all I care. It doesn't move me. And it doesn't move the Jenny Biafran. I don't have time to talk about any of those disgruntled individuals. No. Our focus is the restoration of Biafra. As you can see, when you look into Biafra land today, you will see what is going on in Biafra land. Today is sit at home. And I bet you Biafra land is under lock and key, shut down completely. It doesn't matter what anybody does. Biafrans are united behind the United States of Biafra. There is no doubt. Every Biafra is aligned behind the United States of Biafra under the command of the Deputy Prime Minister, COS interim, Dr. Ngozi Orabueze. Biafrans are behind her. Against all odds, with all the propaganda and blackmail they are pushing right, left, and center, trying to create divisions, trying to give a different picture of what Biafra is supposed to be. It is sad, but I thank Chukwu Okabian that they have failed. The restoration of Biafra, nothing is going to stop it. Biafra has come, and no man born of a woman will stop what we have. The Biafran people, wherever you are, continue to do what you are doing. Do not be discouraged. Do not pay attention to any propaganda or blackmail. Our freedom is in our hand, and we're going to be free. The world is watching. Stand your ground. Continue to hold on to your self-determination, self-defense, and the right to life, regardless of what you see or what you hear. These are rights that you must not play with. International law supports it. African peoples and human rights law support it. The contraption called Nigeria, its own law support these things we are talking about. But yet, when Biafrans try to exercise these rights, they tag them criminals, they tag them terrorists. But that doesn't move us. The name you call us today does not matter. What matters is the name you're going to call us in future. How are we going to be remembered in future? I bet you in time to come, everybody indigent in that very contraption called Nigeria will remember that the Biafrans fought for everyone. They will remember this day. Before we proceed, I would like to play the speech of the Deputy Prime Minister on Saturday during the fundraising. It is important. Because of the lie and blackmail on the New Dimension Mandate account that was provided by the United States of Biafra government. They push lies, they say it's an Islamic bank. They push lie and they say it's not Master Sabaga opened it. And now you begin to understand. These people that are attacking everything that Mazi Samareko signed up for, they attack it. The new mandate that Mazi Samareko was using and approved, they are now telling us that Mazi Samareko was not smart enough to know what the new mandate account is for, what is being used for, and where it is going. How can anybody believe that Mazi Samareko does not know what he was using? New mandate account approved by our Prime Minister Mazi Samareko. Today, people who claim to be working for him, love him, they are fighting and attacking it. Exactly the same thing that happened to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Those who claim he is their leader today are standing against his release. When you do things to make sure he's released, you become their enemy. But we are not moved. That's why when we saw this one, we say we have said it before. It is not strange. That is why I urge every Biafran, wherever you are watching this program, to be focused, stand firm, and don't get distracted. Victory is ours. We shall overcome. No matter what, we shall overcome. Let us listen to the message of the Deputy Prime Minister during the fundraising on Saturday.
What you do for Biafrans. And again, I know this explanation, even though it's necessary, but anybody that have been following Obatobie, this explanation is not necessary. But you have to do that. And we have to do that because not everyone has been diligently following the footsteps of Obatobie. And Obatobie has always said, it's not about the Biafrans that are following him. He always gives room that even tomorrow, even next year, even in the next 5 years, there are people that will join to propagate for what Biafra stands for. It's not just people in the past. That is why I don't know who took time, and our finance secretary took time to explain this. It's not about those that have been there following Obatobie, because those that have been following Obatobie, each and every one of you must have put and donated money into New Dimension mandate on the orders of our Prime Minister, Simon Ekpa. That is why this explanation she did is not for those that have been fully following Obatobie. It is one for the new people that are trying to figure out, where do I go, where do I not go? It is also to dissipate the lies and the propaganda of those who knew, who has been following Obatobie. But because Obatobie is just gone, just for a few weeks, they decided to come out with the lies, to destroy what Obatobie has built. That was why this explanation from Adono and from our finance secretary is necessary. So let me just add to that before we start our fundraising proper, to let everybody here that is listening to know that the New Dimension mandate is set up for humanitarian purposes. Non-profits set up for humanitarian purposes. Each and every one of you, go and Google what humanitarian purposes is. Humanitarian purposes is helping in areas of need, areas of armed conflict, areas of crisis, areas of IDP, areas where people are being subjugated, where people are being killed by the terrorists, where people's homes are being burnt, where people's businesses are being burnt, where people are being rendered widows, where people are being rendered without husbands and without wives. That is the essence of New Dimension mandate. And that is exactly where Biafra falls into. Our businesses are being burnt down. Our homes are being burnt down. Our women are rendered homeless. Our husbands are being killed. Our wives are being killed. Our farms are being taken over by the terrorist state of Nigeria. Some have even brought IDP camps into the southeastern, south part of Biafra territory, even though we resisted that. That is what New Dimension mandate has stood for the past 2 to 3 years. And the Prime Minister has supported every single move of the New Dimension mandate. So all these people that you see, disgruntled elements on social media talking about New Dimension mandate, they never followed our Prime Minister. So ignore them. Ignore them. The New Dimension mandate, the way it was set up, is to help different people from all over the world that are experiencing the same thing that Biafrans are experiencing. But majority of the help goes to Biafrans because we have to help ourselves first. We have to help our people first. The discrimination, the killing, the taking over of our land that we go through in the hand of the Nigerian terrorist state, that is what New Dimension mandate is out there to help. So while we are helping our people, we also meet the obligations of why New Dimension mandate was set up, which is to help people all over the world, regardless of where they come from, as long as they go through the same oppression, suppression, armed conflict, killings, taking over of their lands, killing of their citizens that Biafrans go through. We are mandated to also help them. That is what New Mandate has done over the years. If you go to the New Dimension Mandate website, you will see the information of thousands of people that New Dimension Mandate has helped over the years. There's just no two ways about that. If you go to New Dimension Mandate, you will also know that this is an organization that promoted peace worldwide. We promote peace. We believe that we can use peace to achieve anything that we need. That is why you have New Dimension Mandate being represented all over the world, in South Korea, at the International War Peace Conference in South Korea, in different peace conferences all over the world. You will see New Dimension Mandate there because we propagate for peace. That is why we take care of people, individuals that be displaced. People that, please mute yourself. Who is talking? Can you mute yourself? That is why we propagate peace. We help individuals in the IDP camps. And you will see all of them sending videos, sending thank you messages for what the New Dimension Mandate has done in their lives, how New Dimension Mandate has saved their lives. You will see all that when you go to the website, www.newdimensionmandate.org. Those individuals spreading lies on social media, either they know, but they want to continue to do what they do by using the name of Obato Obie to go and start propagating lies to unsuspecting Biafrans who may or may not believe them. But one thing we know is that they will be relegated to the trash can of Biafra history. That is where they will end up in. As our own, I don't know who has said, and as our finance minister has said, our prime minister is fully aware of the functioning and the modus operandi of New Dimension mandate. All the people that are working on the back end of New Dimension mandate, our prime minister is fully aware of them. So when they say that our local bank account is tied to an Islamic bank, these are all propaganda. And I tell people, Biafrans do not discriminate against anybody. We are a nation that uphold the dignity of every individual. We uphold the equality. We uphold the rights of every citizen. Biafra and New Dimension mandate makes the world a better place. So those individuals that comes out to castigate other tribes, other religions, they are not part of building of Biafra. Even our own leader, Nnamdi Kanu, when he was in prison before, he paid for Hausa citizens to gain their freedom from the DSS dungeon of Nigerian government. Nnamdi Kanu did that. So anybody that comes out today to create that division between Biafrans and the Hausas or anybody, that individual is not propagating the message of either our leader Nnamdi Kanu or our Prime Minister Simon Ekpa. These are non-entities that have no place in the history of the United States of Biafra.
Biafra.
Going around deceiving non-suspecting individuals, getting people confused, getting people to think negatively about what our Prime Minister has set up and has approved. Those are the individuals that Biafra should be very, very wary of. These are people that Biafran, you must tell them they do not belong in the new Biafra we are building. We have passed that level. Our Prime Minister has surpassed that level. If you all remember, the little Hausa girl that our Prime Minister keeps promoting, that was telling the world that even the Hausas are following the footsteps of our Prime Minister Simon Ekpa and our leader Nnamdi Kanu. There are many Hausa people that are fighting for this Biafra restoration today, more than those ex-Briggy cabinet members that are propagating lies to the public. And our Prime Minister keeps promoting those individuals. A lot of Nigerians, including the Westerners, including the Middle Belt, including the Hausas, are going through the same thing that Biafrans are going through. But because most of them do not, our Prime Minister posted it, some of them do not have an Nnamdi Kanu. Some of them do not have a Simon Ekpa. Some of them do not have a Dr. Ngozi Orabueze. Some of them do not have Briggy cabinet members. Some of them do not have Briggy secretaries to talk for them, defend them, help them. That is why they now see our Prime Minister Simon Ekpa as a model to follow. And some of these individuals in Hausa land have conducted marches, carried out marches in different areas to support our Prime Minister, Simon Ekpa, and our leader, Nnamdi Kanu. But these criminals that goes about trying to paint them bad, trying to paint them red, trying to propagate, oh, the New Dimension mandate account, the local account is tied to Islamic State, is there for blah, blah, blah. These are individuals that are worse than snakes in this Biafra restoration. What they are doing, what they do every single day to discredit our Prime Minister and what our Prime Minister has approved shows Biafran that all the things they've been doing, they've been pretending to follow our Prime Minister, but they never in their heart they never propagate for the restoration of Biafra, for the restoration of a free world, the restoration of a country, a world where people are equal, people are treated as individuals, not by past, by their religion, by their culture, or where they belong to. These are mediocres that are not even in the first instance supposed to come near the seat of power of the United States of Biafra. But because they are opportunists, promoting these mediocre scandals and sneaking under our prime minister, now they've met the real Biafrans and we are confronting them. So,
fellow Biafrans, you have heard the speech from the Deputy Prime Minister the Deputy Prime Minister Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, the speech he delivered on Saturday through the fundraising to clear some certain lies that is flying right, left, and center. Later on, you can go back and watch her speech. It is very straight and direct. And when you are speaking the truth, you don't need to talk much. You don't need to put more energy and all that. With all the propagandas and lies they are bringing in today, they talk about this, today they talk about this. These are the things that Mazi Simon Ekpa himself have put in place. There is nothing new today that you are seeing in this government of Biafra, United States of Biafra, under the command of the Deputy Prime Minister, Dr. Ngozi Orabueze. There is nothing different from what Mazi Simon Ekpa was doing. She has not introduced anything different. Nothing different. Every appointment were those that Mazi Simon Ekpa himself approved. And the people today who claim to love Mazi Simon Ekpa, support him, and want to promote him are the ones fighting every single structure. It is sad. But we must continue. My joy today is that the Biafrans are watching. Biafrans across the world are not sleeping. Biafrans are smart, and no amount of lie or propaganda can make Biafrans to begin to misbehave, because we have seen it all. We have passed through the most difficult stage. We have passed through the most difficult troubles. We have seen propagandas and blackmails. We saw what our Prime Minister Mazi Simon Ekpa faced during his own time. They called him agent of the zoo. They called him different kinds of names. There's no kind of name they didn't call him. Up to today, there are still some of them who are still believing that Mazi Simon Ekpa is working for the zoo. Here they come again. It is not strange and it is not new, and we are not moved. My joy is that Biafrans are moving on. Today is Monday, and when you look into Biafra land, you will see that the truth is staring you at your face, that the Biafrans are going home. We have conducted several sit-at-home under the United States of Biafra. And even now that we have become a country of our own, United States of Biafra, the sit-at-home have intensified to make sure that the zoo and their terrorist army exit from Biafran territory. Every one of them must walk out. If you do not walk away, whatever comes your way, you will bear it. And every Biafran that is in Biafra land, you must not put yourself on the line of fire. Don't put yourself on the line of fire. The restoration of Biafra has started. The restoration of Biafra is ongoing on the ground as we speak. That restoration is the part where we are today. Remember what our Prime Minister said. Our Prime Minister said after the declaration of Biafra in December that there will be a massive actions. Things will intensify to make sure that Biafra is restored on the ground. As we speak, our men on the ground are doing their duties and they are lacking nothing. The only thing we have to do is to continue to provide for them. Continue to support them. Today, it is clear before the whole world. Initially, they blame our Prime Minister for the insecurity. They blame us for everything. They say that the Biafran people are being forced to sit at home. But it has become much more clearer than ever. It has become much more clear. Today, their propaganda can no longer work. We can see voices today speaking outside. Today, all the saboteurs and criminals are known. But we are going to expose them. And we will continue to expose them. That is what we have to do. Nobody can stand on the way of on the freedom of Biafran people. We must be free, regardless what the people say, regardless what they do. My beloved brother Christian, I see you are in your office. I guess you are busy.
Yes. Morning, brother Chus.
Good morning, my brother. Are you free or you're busy?
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm okay. Yeah, you know, I've had this back pain all this while. You remember I told you the last time? And I've been shuffling between home and hospital, A&E. And as a result, because this is everybody is coughing there, you know. And I've just gotten, is it flu, something like that. So that is another thing that I'm dealing with now also. But it's well, it's the season, you know.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, so obviously, yesterday, I was in a program of, the program of Vam Vam and Sonny Akbarawa, right? So I listened, just like you were talking now, I was just listening to Sonny Akbarawa because he was the one who was speaking. And he said lots of things concerning Dr. Ngozi Orabueze. So afterwards, but he was open to questions, right? So when he opened up for the question section, so then I asked him, because he said in that program that that Dr. Ngozi Orabueze said in one of her program, in one of her broadcasts, that PM Ekpa was working is working, whatever, with the Fulanis and with the Nigerian government. He said that. So then I asked him, I said, a lot of people ask different things, but I asked him, I said, okay, because for me, that would be a watershed moment. That would be like the last straw that breaks the camel's back. So I asked him, can you play an audio of where Dr. Ngozi Orabueze specifically quote or said what you've just, you know, claimed now? And Vam jumped in to say that yes, that he will play the video. So then I said, okay, because then I think I said a few other things that, like, since this whole thing started, that what I expected you guys to concentrate on is against our hindrance, our enemy, that is the zoo, and more so putting pressure and effort on how soon our PM can come out to set the record straight. But rather, you guys are engaging in this back and forth with this one pregnant, this one take place in why, blah, blah, blah. That we are not interested in that. I just told them that these are just, that is like a hearts and mind battle over who is going to win Biafran support and who is not going to that. We are not basically interested in that. What we are interested in is our freedom. So then I went back to the question. I said, look, you've just quoted Ngozi Orabueze. Can you show a proof of it? Because if that is true, if that happens, if there's a confirmation of that, then I draw the curtain personally. Because that's how So, but guess what? Vam said, okay, that he was going to send me the video. So he sent me 2 videos. So I went out of the program and I listened to the 2 videos from the beginning to the end, and I didn't hear any such thing. Then I came back into the program, and Van said to me, he said to me that I'm going to send this video to you and you will tell me what you make of it. So when I listened to it and I came back, and Van finally brought me in, because, they are mute and unmute. So when he unmute, then he said to me, Christian, what do you think? What do you make of this? I said to him, Vam, That was not my question. My question was, show me the video where Dr. Ngozi said, this was yesterday. You too, if you have time, you can watch their program here.
You know, the video he's talking about is this video I just played now.
Listen. Maybe to confirm, to let you know that I don't make stuff up. Never. That's how I was brought up. So if you watch their programs from yesterday, you will hear me exchanging this thing and how it all played out. So I told him that was not my question to Sonia Akparawa. That you sent me a video and I listened to the video from beginning to the end. I did not hear her say anything like that. Then again, he muted me. So I tried to explain further. So the thing is, he continued. Meanwhile, I was muted. I was not allowed to speak further. But somehow, I'm believing that because my upbringing is different. Everybody is different. Somewhere, somehow, we'll still find time to get to him, to let him know that this is my position. I'm not supporting. I am just, my focus and support is on Biafran restoration. I told him, I said, all fingers are not equal. I may not be as rich as Ogen Kere, but every monthly, I made my quarterly contribution as my pocket carries. And because on your loibo cambo, you know. Now, so, but they cut me off, and Sonia Akparawa said, okay. So, but the point is that I am still going to come in at some point to let him know that I'm not in support of this kind of blackmailing, propaganda, trying to.
That is all they do.
I don't.
You will never see video where she's talking anything about them. Even in one of her programs, she said she has not accused anybody of stealing. That the only thing that they restricted her from having access to the government money. How can the government function without the money of the government?
I don't appreciate that, and they silenced me. I wanted to let them know that Biafra, these are people, you don't mess around with Biafra for so long.
Oh, you don't.
Because in no time, I was going to tell them that in no time, if you didn't get I was going to tell them that, but they shut me out. Now, so the thing is that the area that I was kind of concerned about the statement of Ngozi Orabueze has been clarified to an extent with this video, because you know why? When she talked about the new dimension account or something, right? Yes. So that is meant.
That is why I played the video, so that you can, when you hear her full statement, then you can be able to draw line.
Yeah,
because
so
they will just cut out a point, and then they use it to blackmail her. They will twist her word. That's what they do.
Well, even with the cutting out and twisting, whatever, she never mentioned the fact that our PM was working with Nigeria or working with the Fulanis. Because that's what I heard Sonia Akparawa said. That is what I said. Show me where she said it, then we take it from there. But they didn't do that. So obviously, like I said, when the Dr. Ngozi mentioned this humanitarian aspect, so in my mind, I figured that I think even from PM, I've had him in the past made mention of the fact that we're trying to liberate everybody, not just Biafrans alone. And I've also seen one time when Ngozi Orabueze was in either South Korea or something, where she attended a seminar. So it's more or less in line with the big picture, the big agenda of liberating Biafrans and the like minds. Because if you are free, but I'm not free, then I'm not entirely free, you know? So the world has to look at it like that. And that's why the Western world, they are going through a big mess, because they think that they can pick and choose. You don't do that, because it's a global world, right? So, like, they are holding Simon Ekpa now. I don't know. I don't have details. But Finland has to discover that they cannot be fighting to help Ukraine to maintain their independence and sovereignty, while at the same time trying to deny Biafrans well over 70 to 80 million people. It doesn't work that way. The law of nature, we abhor such double standard and hypocrisy. So this is the thing. So on that aspect, so obviously I decided to come in as usual to let you know that I think the problem is, like I always say, it's all about power tussle. It's sad that some of them, but again, before I forget, now I look at the likes of Dr. Joy Roby, right? And most importantly, Professor Chioma, I suppose, right? So I don't know what their position is, where they stand, but I cannot say much because I don't know them personally as to know why would they align with the other side or why they decide to stay neutral or stay aloof, whatever it is. But at least as a human being with some level of intelligence, you should be able to weigh the two sides and the two factions, and you will know who is propagating lies and who is not. So that is simple or common sense, if you will. So I don't know, because like I said, I don't know, the Joy Roby, I've not seen her participate or try to coerce around COS or even the province. So I don't know, maybe you can share a little bit more light on that. But anyhow, I told them that for me, I continue to do my best, but I don't take, because we you know, they said once beaten, twice shy. Any Biafran that doesn't open his or her eyes, Molanya Kazu, then he has nothing upset, because we've seen a lot, we've been through a lot, that all these governors, the Soludos of this world and the rest of them, and Bianca and the rest of them who came out specifically, they lied to Biafrans, deliberately lied. They said, oh, Nandi cannot be out soon. We've discussed with the president, but behind the scene, they are telling him not to release him, that if he comes out, it will be, you know, so how can we trust people? I don't have to trust, I have to see. And that is what I tell Sonia Parao. I said, you have to show me where she made this comment. Otherwise, you are engaging in propaganda. You are engaging in you know. So that is the situation, my brother.
Thank you so much, my brother. Thank you so much, my brother. You see, anyone that you see that did not align with the COS, any member of the cabinet that didn't align with her, it is either out of jealousy or tussle for power.
Mm-hmm.
More especially those women, they have their own, women, the women attitude, that superiority among themselves.
Uh-huh.
Some of them, when they have seen, because all of them are aware that Master Simon Ekpa constituted an interim
panel.
What do you call it? A panel.
Yeah.
To choose those who are going to run the government after the
declaration. Yeah.
They are all aware.
Okay.
No member of the cabinet is not aware. They are all aware. And some of them are preview to the names that appear. So those of them who are not favored, they got angry. And most of them, they pour their anger on the deputy prime minister, because she is the one, the overall official. She's the one that manages all those activities. In any committee that Man Sabaka form, he will put her there to monitor. In every committee, she's part of it. She'll be there to monitor. I just played the constitutional committee. And when I played it, maybe you are not here when I started, I played how Man Sabaka considered the constitutional committee. In that constitutional committee, you will hear the name of this Yakubu.
Yeah, I had it.
You had the name of Yakubu in that place.
Yeah.
Man Sabaka mentioned that Yakubu. But when Ngozi brought that name in here, they used it against her. They used that propaganda that he brought a Northern.
Mm-hmm.
And in that way, you see how Master Simon himself introducing Dr. Ngozi Orabueze. He introduced her as the COS of Biafra Republic Government in Exile.
Yeah, I had it too.
Exactly. But you see them, when they want to interpret, they will say that he is the COS to Master Simon Ekpa. That is how they do. Then you begin to see that these people never like the actions of Master Simon and what he was doing. The attack is not even on Ngozi. The attack is not on Dr. Ngozi. The attack, when you look at it critically, you see that the attack is on Master Simon Ekpa. That is where this attack is coming from. Then when you look at all these things and the person they are projecting, even under normal circumstances, even if an election is conducted, Nkere will not smell anywhere on that leadership. He will not be there. You don't choose people because they have money, because they throw money around, because they buy you. Is that what we're going to do? The same thing they're doing in the zoo. Ask any one of them, why do they point at Nkere? Just ask them personally, why do you think that Nkere is the right person to run that very office? Just ask them. This very Nkere, the person that appointed him, you can say the person that appointed is still this Ngozi, Dr. Ngozi Orabueze. Because we are talking about the office of the Prime Minister. The office of the Prime Minister appointed workers to work for him. And among all those offices, all those workers, there is one senior officer there, the COS, the chief of all the staffs. And she delegates an assignment to them and also direct. Even she's part of the selection when they have been chosen. She would dialogue with the Prime Minister on whom to choose and who not to choose. She have a say even on your own appointment. Look at him, they project him, and some of them will come and tell you that he's the one going to DC to represent Biafra. And you look at that kind of argument. Going to DC, Dr. Ngozi Orabueze is in the United States. She has been there once, but she cannot be everywhere at all times. The government of Biafra appointed somebody, okay, go there and represent. He wasn't the only one going there. Nkele wasn't the only one going there. There was time they go there and we are 4. Sometimes they were 2. Sometimes they are 3. Sometimes they went to. It depends on whom the government wants to go. The contract between the government of Biafra and the lobbyists is with the government, not with Nkele. The contract is with the government. So the government can decide to write a letter and say, this person is coming to represent us, just like they are having this Donald Trump inauguration. It is Dr. Ngozi Orabueze that will write to them officially, because Mazi Samarek have already been recognized as one of the prime minister who was among the first people who endorsed Donald Trump. So if they are sending invitation, every invitation they will send will come to the office of the prime minister. Who is going to receive it? It's not Ngozi that will receive it. And she will appoint who will represent, or she go by herself and represent. She should go. She should go. Hopefully. So when you look at all these things, when you look at that thing, you ask me, on what basis are they fighting her to put somebody else? And what experience that person had? Somebody who could, the only annoyance he had that she called him to come and account for the finance, account for what is in your hand. Let us know where to start. Now the prime minister is not around. She is running the office. At least she has to know what is there, what is available, and what we need, so that the men on the ground will not lack. Yeah. She cannot just fold her hand. Maybe you wake up one morning and call her, there's no money in account. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. You have to be, regardless of how much money you are bringing in, you are not forced to do that. So you cannot, because you are the highest donor. Therefore, you are not, you can't account to people. No, it doesn't work. No, come on now. Because when you lack checks and balances, then it's already, then we are zoo. So what is the difference between us and zoo? Eh? And they say accountability. Say you must. Why won't a worker be accountable to a person that employs him? Yeah. You know, one thing they use, why they confuse me, some people begin to look at and go, this is not about Dr. Ngozi Orabueze. It is about our own office, own office of the Prime Minister. Yeah. That institution, the office of the Prime Minister, it is not about her, it is not about the person that is there. Yeah. Yeah. If you are not willing to account to people, the cabinet, then what is the point? You don't run a one-man show. And this question was asked, this demand of account was first of all made by our Prime Minister, Mazi Samarek. He didn't do that account until Mazi Samarek had a problem. And you know what? Because the thing is, we are not asking, we like outsiders or Biafrans, we are not asking you to account to us. No. But the appointed cabinet members, like Ngozi Orabueze, you have to account to them so that they will know how things are, you know. So you cannot just be.
Yeah, you cannot just be because you are the finance minister. You can dish and into the finance and send this and send that without explaining and accounting. No. I will never be party to that.
To blackmail her. She doesn't. Why must she talk about the men on the ground? Why must she talk about finance? It is because of the finance men on the ground. Why will you stop fundraising? How can we get money to fund? Just imagine all those. It has been one blackmail or the other, and none of those blackmail last more than 24 hours.
And one thing is this: for your platform, the value of this your platform and the value of what you are doing cannot be overemphasized, because Biafrans, what they do is they listen and they watch, because at the end of the day, if you don't have Biafrans on your side, you have nothing, absolutely nothing. When Mazen Kanu had issue too, when he was kidnapped, this is how we battled. We battled through. Only one time I spoke with PM on the phone. I don't know if I told you before, but he was too busy. He picked it and he told me that he was in the midst of a meeting, something like that. So since then, I never had the opportunity to call or speak with him again. But the things that we do behind the scene, my goodness me, when the heat was on, the criminal DOS and the one Nigerian IPOB, they were raging wars. Then afterwards came the one from Nsima and Nelly and what is this guy who said he's a pastor, and the rest of them, and they were coming. But slowly but surely, we were able to break them down. Why? Because I, as a person, and some of us, we saw in the PM a man who is genuine, a man who has laid everything on the line for the freedom of Biafrans. We saw that, and we see a man whom, if he was after money, the Zoo government, Nigerian government, was willing to pay him any amount you can ever imagine. But he rejected it, just like Nnamdi Kanu has continued to be steadfast. So these are the issues. So when we fall behind our PM, then when the heat was raging, we continue to educate people, we continue to talk. And Biafrans too, we are following, and slowly but surely they knew, that this is a guy, that was out for them. And they quickly, everybody rallied behind him. And that is how the voice of the one Nigerian IPOB and the criminal rest of them went dead. That is how their voice went silent. So this is what is going on now as we speak. I told you the other time, I say it's like now more like a battle of hearts and minds of Biafrans. So if you cannot use lies, unnecessary propagandas to win it, because over time things will begin to unfold. And as we are doing this on this platform, like that question that I posed, and they could not answer it, they could not prove it or disprove it, that alone will go a long way.
That alone will wake up thousands of people on that program that day.
Because when returned, played it, and brought me in second time, I told him that this is not my question. You didn't answer the question. It's as simple as that.
You know what? Instead of, he would have played the video so that everybody will see it. He didn't play for everyone to see. He just sent it privately to you.
Yeah, he sent it to me. I think, but he later start playing it, right? But then he already he muted me, right? So I just left. But he later started playing it. But meanwhile, that video, I've seen it, the part 1 and the part 2. I've seen it all. There's nowhere in that video that any such thing was mentioned. So I just left, right? So it's a guy that I used to, we talk. Sometimes I just text him on the information and stuff, But I don't like this part they are trading, because he's not going to get anybody anywhere. So
my fellow comrade, we host program together. In the media team, we host combined programs together. Sometimes he comes to my platform and he speaks.
Yeah.
And this is why I don't frequent people's platform. I never go to his platform wanting to speak. Only when we have a joint program, I can speak on joint program. Okay. So that's it. That's why most of the time I prefer broadcasting on my own platform. I don't want to be getting people involved or running from it, to avoid all this kind of trouble in time to come. It is really unfair. How can you be peddling lies, propaganda, right, left, and center, and all that? It is really sad. It's really sad. Just like what they are doing today, creating division. What Mazen Nnamdi Kanu fought hands down. What Mazen Samaneko fought to see it doesn't happen. Today you are bringing division. From one division to the other. They went to the extent of now creating tribal division that we don't want. Those tribal sentiments. You went and connived with some people. They came and wrote a letter. They wrote a letter. They are from Migodo, or they are from this one, that they are not part of United States of Biafra under the government of Dr. Ngozi Orabueze. And meanwhile, these people that wrote this letter has nothing to do with the real organization. That is how bad it is. That is how bad it is. You went and organized people, and they wrote a letter. They wrote a letter and said they are not part of Biafran government. And they mentioned their name, and the places they mentioned their name there, the people of that region, de facto people, they are still there. Most of them are still coming. They are still with us. The key people there didn't even know about the unknown people who wrote that letter. And they begin to circulate the letter to confuse people. For how long will you continue to go on that path? It's really sad. It's really sad. It's really sad when you see fellow comrades fall away just in a blink of an eye. It's really, really sad. It's really sad. For no just cause, just for what? What are you going to give me to make me begin to speak from both sides of my mouth? What are you going to offer me? And when the truth comes out, what shame? How am I going to cover the shame? For how long are you going to lie? Somebody tells you to lie about something or to push propaganda just to win favor or to win something for it. It will, even if people listen to you, to be for a particular point, just for a period of time. If you succeed in convincing people just for a period of time, it's just for months. After 1 month, things will begin to unfold. We know that there are people, even the devil have followers. There is Church of Satan. There are people who have chosen their path that anything that is evil, that is where they will be. There are such people. But for you that is innocent and has conscience, why? Even if they convince you, within a short space of time, you will know the truth and you run away. It is so sad. It is so sad. But I trust my fellow Biafrans that we will not disappoint our Supreme Mazen Nnamdi Kanu and Mazen Simon Ekpa, more especially in terms of unity. The unity of all the region, the unity of all the ethnic group. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu was able to break that chain of the Janjaweed. The Janjaweed planted a seed of discord that made us to hate ourselves. And Mazen Nnamdi Kanu came and tore away that very seed of discord and created unity among us. He did it. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu did not stop with the Biafrans. He went ahead to create relationship between us and the Oduduwa people. He went ahead to create relationship between us and the Middle Belt. Even the Middle Belt came and apologized. All thanks to Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. He did a great job. Mazen Simon came and he began to cement that same relationship. He cemented the relationship with us and Oduduwa, cemented that relationship with the Middle Belt. Even when he announced of forming a military unit with the Middle Belt, it was announced. The Northerners are still coming for the Hausas. How can somebody wake up today and you begin to destroy all these structures that are put in place, and yet you claim you are working for Mazen Simon, you're working for Biafra? It is sad. This is what jealousy and envy can be. That is why before you speak or do something, you must be very careful, because sometimes when you take that first step, it will be very, very difficult to come back. Very, very difficult to come back. That is why you must be very careful before. Instead, keep quiet, don't speak. Instead of you getting yourself involved, keep silent, don't speak. Because sometimes there are some words, when you speak it out, you can't take it back. Sorry is 5-letter word and very simple, but very difficult to mention. Sorry, very, very difficult. A short word, but very difficult for you to pronounce. That is why you must be very careful in each step you take. Whatever you do, you must have to be very, very careful. My fellow Biafrans, today is Monday. And today being Monday, there is a very important video that I want us to look into. You know, they have told so many lies against us as Biafrans. They told many lies against the seat at home. They told many lies against the IPOB of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. They told many lies against our Prime Minister, Simon Ekpa. Propaganda, rat, left, and center. But sometimes Chukwu Okokabima will bring somebody to speak and let the world hear. You know, when we are speaking, people will not understand. The enemies of Biafrans are not related. I am going to play a very interesting video that I got from one of the conventional media, VOP to be precise, their FM station. They did a program where a Biafran woman, a person on the ground, a woman on the ground came and gave a testimony of the true situation in Biafra land. She gave a black and white testimony of the true situation in Biafra land. At least to an extent, her explanation was to an extent up to 80%. She was very, very bold to speak on the governor of Anambra State criminality and his attack against the Igbos, mainly claiming that it is the Igbos that are the criminals in his state, creating division. And the one they call Joe Ibokwe, the prodigal son in Lagos State, Churugu Gota cleaner, attacking Biafrans, and asking the federal government to bring more troops to Biafra land. My fellow Biafrans, please, if you have not shared this video, I beg you in the name of Chukwu Okabia, like and share. Like and share this video. Make sure you bring one person on this program. It is very important. You must not watch this program alone. No matter what, don't watch it alone. If you have not shared this video, you are not doing us any good. Share it to your family and friends. Share it to your WhatsApp group. Share it to your neighbors. Share. You never know who can get this information. You don't know who can get. The social media does not help us to promote our content. It is you. If you don't share, our content cannot be promoted. Instead, they try to cage us. They make our content smaller. You will come to a big platform, you will discover that only one person is watching you. On my Facebook, I have 40-something thousand people, or up to 50,000 people on Facebook. But could you imagine that only one person is watching? It is not ordinary. On TikTok, I have many followers there. When you look, you see only one person is watching. The same thing on YouTube. They don't promote our program. If you don't help us to share, if you do not help us to share the program, it's not going to go far. Everyone must be part of this radical evangelism. You click like. Your liking the program will also help to trigger somebody's desire to join us. That is why we ask you to like and share. I am going to play this program. Let us watch this program together and digest this information. And it is important. If you are an investigative journalist or you are not in this, you are not from the southeast, you are not from Biafra land, it is good you watch this program. Because when we come to speak, they say those of us who are freedom fighters, some people cannot digest our statements. Some feel we are harsh. Some feel we are hating. Some feel we are tribalistic. But I want you to hear first-hand information on the ground. Pay attention to this very video I'm about to play. Let us listen to it together and hear what it says.
There have been reactions to what Professor Chukwuma Soludo, the governor of Anambra State, said yesterday. A couple of persons are not, in support of the things he said, but some other persons are reasoning with what he said. According to Professor Chukwuma Soludo, the governor of Anambra State, he said that some elements are under the conscription or umbrella of the Biafran movement, of Biafran agitation, and they're creating mayhem. He said a lot of cultists, criminals are perpetuating mayhem and terrorism. And because of that, there's going to be a new security outfit called Udogachi. Now, apparently, if you know as well, that the same thing is also going on in Imo State. The same operation outfit, security outfit, from Iwago. Even there's also another one right now. Very recently, the outfit actually were able to apprehend some IPOB members. That's what we read about that. I think earlier today or yesterday, we read about that particular fact, that apparently some individuals in the Southeast conscripted to be IPOB members have been caught by a particular group. This group, or this security outfits, are actually the ones responsible for being able to apprehend them, and they're from the state government. It's almost like Operation Udogachi. So it's the same thing that Anambra State Governor is trying to implement in his state as.
You see, this lie, when they come, they tell you, when they apprehend somebody, they will say they apprehended members of IPOB. This is something that everybody has to be aware of. Every single person you see in the old Southeastern region is IPOB. Every single person you see in the old Southeastern region is IPOB. Everybody you see, more especially in the 5 states that they are regarded as their own Southeast. Everybody you see there. The earlier every one of us understand this, the better. We are all indigenous people of Biafra. And any war against any one of us is against all of us. When you hear that they apprehend your brother and they call him IPOB, it's not a bad name. They are just telling you that they have apprehended your brother. And they go ahead and take his life and destroy him, and you do nothing. You keep quiet, you didn't do anything. It might be your turn tomorrow. You might say you are not active in the agitation. You might say that you don't have flag with you. But I bet you, as long as you're in the old Southeastern region, it might be your turn tomorrow. That is why you must not keep silent. The war is against every single one of us in the old Southeastern region. Don't think it's against the Igbos alone. Do not think it's against the active agitators alone. It is against every one of us from the old Southeastern region.
Well, but the question is, will this security outfit do due diligence? Will they be used, as a tool for political whims and caprices of these politicians? We don't know that yet. Now, in reaction to that, Joe Igbokwe actually made a statement, and we know him as one of the chieftains of the All Progressives Congress. He has stated that there is nothing like Biafra agitation in the Southeast. He described the agitation as a scam and money-making venture for criminals. Igbokwe actually urged Southeast governors to seek military intervention from President Bola Tinubu in curbing the activities of criminals masquerading as Biafra agitators in the region. Which other military intervention are you asking the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to deploy to the Southeast? So you mean all the military checkpoints, the entire militarization in the Southeast is not enough? You want the Southeast leaders to ask President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to still conscript and deploy more military men to the Southeast? In what sense? And again, you saying that there is nothing like Biafra agitation, that is a criminal scam. Well, right here in the studio, I actually have someone very, very interesting that will give us details. His own purview to this development is Lolo Neka Chimeze, known as Madam Pinto. She's the President Igbo Women Assembly. Madam Pinto, thank you so much for coming here.
Thank you for having me once again, Esther.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, viewers, for staying put to contribute to this conversation.
Madam Vito, I hope you're not tired, because I know you came in early today, so thank you. I hope you're not tired, because it's essential for us to have this conversation. Joe Igbokwe coming to make this statement seems to resonate with what a lot of people are saying. Since Simon Ekpa was apprehended within the Finnish custody, a lot of persons are now taking a deep look into the whole Biafra agitation movement, the essence of self-referendum and freedom. And just yesterday, the same Chukuma Soludo said, as it is now, as insecurity stands now in the Southeast, specifically Anambra State, that even if Nnamdi Kanu is released, it doesn't guarantee that insecurity in the Southeast will be quelled or it will be copped out, because these individuals have tasted blood. They're enjoying the money they're making out of the nuance of Biafran agitators, or the release of Nnamdi Kanu, that they will continue what they are doing regardless of Nnamdi Kanu's freedom. And now Joe Ibokwe is asking for more military deployment in the southeast, asking the southeastern governors to ask and beg President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for military intervention. He has completely denounced that there is nothing like Biafran agitation, that it's a scam. Would you blame him for saying things from that purview when you have persons from Uwazurike to Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa? And most of them right now are in custody, specifically Simon Ekpa and Nnamdi Kanu. So the entire Biafran struggle and the essence for independence, self-referendum and freedom, is it a dream that will ever be actualized, or is going to be something that everybody will just hold in their heart, that at some point maybe we will get our utopia? What would you say to that?
Thank you very much, Esther. Now, the question is, have Joe Ibokwe ever stood to ask why the agitation? What caused the agitation in the first place? Is this agitation justified? That would be the first question. Is this agitation justified? Are these the first to agitate for something? Why are they not seeing this as people trying to say something, trying to complain? Now, if you look, Joe Ibokwe is not in the southeast. So I'm sure he has not traveled maybe in the last 1 year. And if he had traveled, either he traveled by flight, a private vehicle come and pick him to his house. And when he finished whatever it is he wants to do, he goes back. So he's not in any position to even tell
200 kali ganda lebih efektif
propaganda. So I see Joe Ibokwe in that light. If you look at Igbos and the rancor between Igbos and Yorubas, Joe Ibokwe heated up that very polity from what he was saying in the days of being a commissioner in Lagos State, by trying to force the Igbos to support Ahmed. He said so many things. He said you cannot come to people's land.
Yes.
So this issue of people's land was originated from an Igbo man, because he wants to keep his job, because he wants to feed, So listening to Joe Ibokwe, how can you say, and already, does Joe Ibokwe know what it means by a military being in a place? Anywhere military is, they will turn it into a war zone. Now, with the military in the southeast, you still want more militaries. Now, the question I'm going to put to Joe Ibokwe is, in the last 2 years, the military has been in the southeast. Has crime rate reduced? What have we achieved by the militarization of southeast? Have we even questioned the military? Why are they not combating crime? Even the ones there. So he's saying militarize. So, some of us are pushing for the government to pull out the militaries. They are not dismantle. Yes, they are not. They are doing more harm than good. In fact, we've accused the military of having a hand in the crime rate. I am, as a journalist, I went and I covered and I saw things, and I've challenged them several occasions to deny my accusations. I've accused them of having a hand in kidnapping. I've accused them of having a hand in enforcing the sit at home. I met it. I saw it. I confronted them. They nearly killed me. There is nothing like IPOP. There is nothing like a...
I hope you heard her. The woman speaking is also a journalist. She has investigated and she accused the military directly. This woman is not abroad, she's on the ground. She's on the ground, a Biafra woman on the ground. Accused the military of being involved in the kidnappings that is happening. The military of being involved in enforcing sit at home. When we say it, they say, these people, these Biafran boys, are these agitators. When they can criminal agitators, they always name us criminal agitators. This woman that is speaking is on the ground. She's on the ground. An investigative journalist. She has said it. She accused them even in the Zoological Republic. She's telling them. I want you to listen to her. Follow this very video very properly. This is what we are going to look at today, throughout.
Have we achieved by the militarization of southeast? Have we even questioned the military? Why are they not combating crime? Even the ones there. So he's saying militarize. So, some of us are pushing for the government to pull out the militaries. They are not dismantle. Yes, they are not. They are doing more harm than good. In fact, we've accused the military of having a hand in the crime rate. I am, as a journalist, I went and I covered and I saw things, and I've challenged them several occasions to deny my accusations. I've accused them of having a hand in kidnapping. I've accused them of having a hand in enforcing the sit at home. I met it. I saw it. I confronted them. They nearly killed me. You know, there is nothing like IPOP. There is nothing like IPOP. They've been crushed. IPOP is a movement. People bought into it out of their desperation to get a better deal from a country they felt they belong to. 80% of Igbo people patronize IPOP in their hearts because they believe that these are the only group that is presenting their case. You won't see anybody on ground to say, am IPOP, to carry gun. Esther, I challenge even the military to come out and show us IPOP. You get it? It doesn't exist. So the militaries are there for a different mission. From my own understanding, okay, have Joe Iwekwe even queried the federal government? How can you push military to Southeast and also engage a militant to Southeast, to guide Southeast? Have you ever seen all of them come out to question why Ansari Dekubo was engaged? And then you are still looking for criminals in the Southeast. It doesn't make sense. Have Joe Iwekwe, I took it upon myself. When I covered the what is happening in the Southeast, I took it upon myself to be joining vehicles to travel rather than flying. That I can witness, yes, I can monitor this. And what the militaries are doing, I'm pushing our youths from Southeast to youths are living in drones. Did Joe Iwekwe know? He doesn't. Joe Iwekwe is just saying things that will interest the federal government. He has no interest in the Southeast. Joe Iwekwe has no family in the Southeast. His children are not in the Southeast. I've been to his house before. I know he has male children. Where are his male children? So he can say whatever he likes, because most of these politicians move their children abroad. And they're after what they will gain. You understand? So they are really not interested in the people. They are interested in their pocket. Their children are, when they grow old, their children will move them abroad. So their interest is not on the well-being or welfare of the Southeasterners. They are even using Southeast as a platform to get job, to get appointment from the government. So yes, that's why you see them say those things. Because me, that's on ground, my children are in Nigeria. I can afford to send them abroad. But I said, I now look at sending my children abroad. These are not that slavery entirely, because it is population that develops a nation. Now we keep on shipping our children. So Joe Iwekwe, if you go and check, probably his children and wife is abroad. Most of the commissioners in the South, even other local governments, their families are abroad. So what are their interests in the South? Is their interest? Why would you occupy a position when you don't have interest? If your family is not in the Southeast, whose interests are you now protecting? Who are you ruling? You know, so these are the issues that people that present themselves as leaders from the Southeast are not actually leaders. They are just there to see whatever they can grab on the platform of Southeast. They have no single interest. For Joe Iwekwe, upon everything, all the evidences that has come out from Southeast, number one, we are querying the federal government. They will extract information from citizens and give it out to kidnap. Now put Southeast under siege. I confronted and I said this to their face. I said, sir, from what I can see, after touring the whole Southeast, Southeast is under siege by the military. I confronted them. I have the date. And I have the checkpoint. If the military says it's a lie, let them bring out people that went into this confrontation with me at Osumo, where they nearly shot me. Because I did not they will extract information from citizens and give it out to kidnappers. Otherwise, why will a military man ask you question up to where you come from, up to your family? After looking at your passport, they will take your name and ask you up to your village, up to your family. Now we are looking for kidnappers. So they are the ones that control the road. They are the ones that see people coming from abroad. They will give out information. Have Joe Iwekwe taken time to go home ask questions and look at what is going on in the Southeast. If Southeast was peaceful before the military moved in, and the military they moved in, crime rates heightened. What do you say to that? And then we now discovered that the federal government on its own contracted a criminal. We all know a military. Let me not call him a criminal, a militant. Move him to Southeast. He came to national TV to say it. And I was sure that even the media themselves played it down. Now the likes of Joe Ibokwe did not see it and did not query the federal government. And now Joe Ibokwe is talking about criminals in the Southeast, when already the federal government himself sponsored these criminals. Now the question I'm going to ask Joe Ibokwe, since he knows better, what kind of security do you think the person of Asadi Kubo can move to Southeast? And you are looking for non-government. If you go to Southeast, you will see this sense of peace everywhere. Quiet, and you now look at people saying those criminals, you want to see through them and see you see busy people moving about their business. Now, what happens in the Southeast is a kind of a guerrilla attack. You see some people moving with Sienna attack and leave the state. The people committing this crime are non-state actors. Now, there are some criminals,
that's in contradiction to what Soludo said. Soludo said yesterday that 99% of those committing criminality in Anambra State, the Southeast, are Igbos. And that
is how they push their lies. This woman is given a first-hand testimony as a journalist on the ground.
A slave.
You hardly hear this from other media, but I think Chuko Kema that people are speaking. My brother Sunday Okafor, thank you so much for joining. Please go ahead and say hello to Biafrans before we continue. Go ahead.
Thank you, my brother Choose. Good morning, Nigeria, Biafrans. Good morning, the lovers of freedom. I greet everybody this morning. This is another day that the Lord have made as we rejoice and be glad on it. It's another special day we have set aside for our leader, Mazen Nandekanu, to still tell the world that we are standing by our leader, that is suffering for nothing. The Nigeria government is holding him for nothing, because he's an Igbo. That's why I see where he is. So we are still telling the world that our leader is suffering unjustly. Thank you, my brother.
Thank you.
Should I continue?
Go ahead, say a word, say what you want to say before I continue to play the video.
Okay, my brother.
Just
so Nigeria,
2 minutes so I can continue playing the video.
I didn't get you. Say what?
I said make your point within 2 minutes because it's a long video. I play it, we discuss it, I play it, we discuss it. Go ahead and speak.
It's okay. So if you can remember what I said last time, Nigeria government are the one terrorizing the Southeast. The whole world knows about it. You cannot tell me that every poll you get a checking point, either soldier or Mapol or police or civil defense, all these people on the road, but beside them, adjacent to where they are operating, they will kidnap people. And those people will not be traced. You tell me that these people's hand is not in it? Let us not deceive ourselves. I told them last time now to withdraw the soldiers on the road. Let them go back to Barra. Withdraw the police. Let them go back to station. If any of us need them, we'll go and meet them where they are.
Yes, so.
Make we know what thing that happen for our place now. Make we know what thing that happen for our place. So Soludo matter, all those ones are they are slave to their masters. They are slave to their masters. We are giving them a vote of no confidence. So they are representing themselves and their family for their pocket and for their own selfish interest. They are not representing the masses.
Exactly.
They are not representing us at all in any way. None of them. None of them. So that is why I'm ashamed of what is happening in the cabinet. People that say they are intellectual, they are professors, they are this and that. and they could not even use their brains. Shame on you people. Shame unto you people. I thought we are coming to show the world what to feed that is bad, that we are trying to correct some bad impressions.
Yeah.
Una shame they shame you.
Hey.
Una shame they shame you.
Arume.
So my brother Chuk. Now my brother, I feel like every morning make I they see you, make I just they embrace you.
Thank you, my brother.
I thank you for your
let me quickly, Mazi, let me quickly say this. For this sister Noah, this, if there was any doubt that Umuanyi Igbo, most times, more often than none, they are more resourceful than men. If one year,
100%.
And the more reason why Ngozi Orabueze has to be supported by every Biafran while we watch and see the steps she takes. If one year, she's a young woman you are seeing, bold and fearless, and speaks her mind.
Wait, let us watch the program to the end. You will see the fire.
Jesus Christ. Jesus. Is sure this our governors and politicians.
She's in Nigeria.
Yeah, she's in Nigeria. It's all these our governors and politicians in Alibo. They've all sold out to the Fulani agenda. They all buy into Fulani. Trust me, because we speak now, the Fulanis, they are introduced. Sharia law is coming to Yoruba land in Oyo State. I don't know if you are aware. They are bent on taking over the entire Nigeria. And our politicians know. The use of the mass of this world, the Soludo, they all know the agenda of the Fulani. And they took an oath to allow it to play out. Joy Bokwe said that we have to keep tribe to build a Nigeria. In other words, that they should allow the Fulani from the entire Sahel region to come in, mix up, marry our women, marry our men, and mix up to build Nigeria.
Let's listen.
Government. And now Joy Bokwe is talking about criminals in the southeast, when already the federal government himself sponsored these criminals. Now, the question I'm going to ask Joy Bokwe, since he knows better, what kind of security do you think the person of Asadi Kubo can move to southeast, and you are looking for non-government? If you go to southeast, you will see this sense of peace everywhere. Quiet, and you now look at people's face, those criminals, you want to see through them and see, you see busy people moving about their business. Now, what happens in the southeast is a kind of a guerrilla attack. You see some people moving with Sienna attack and leave the state. The people committing this crime are non-state actors. Now, there are some criminals.
That's in contradiction to what Soludo said. Soludo said yesterday that 99% of those committing criminality in Anambra State, the southeast, are Igbos, and that 77% of them are non-state indigenes. They are not part of the state. When they see the crime as it has exacerbated, then they now flock in, do what they want to do, and go.
Now, the question I would put to Soludo, if you say it's Igbos, his son number one, because his son is Igbo.
What?
Yes, my son is Igbo. I've challenged people. If you keep on saying Igbos, even in the whole Nigeria knew that we have criminals everywhere, but the rates at which Igbos engage in criminal activities is less than any other state. In fact, I read a rating by Bawa, Daniel.
Daniel Bawa.
Southeast is the lowest in terms of crime, even Southwest. But the thing is that the press has a way of blowing everything that comes from Southeast out of proportion. It's like there is a plan to destroy Southeast. You get it? Now, if Soludo says...
My annoyance if you say, all of una know say there is a plan. Why are you people not supporting us? This making noise on station will not solve the problem. The alternative is everybody call for Biafra. Everybody supports the United States of Biafra. We have declared already. It is restoration time. We could not stop this grammar. It is restoration time. Begin to restore it from that place you are now. This thing you are saying, change the tone. Change your tone and tell them they should leave your land immediately.
That Southeasterners, he should bring his son first.
The NBS yesterday released a report on how much families of victims who were kidnapped had paid from 2023 to 2024, and it said 2.2 trillion naira. Then in terms of region, where the crime is high, the northeast, northwest, and then I think south before southeast. Southeast recorded
southwest, the lowest.
No, southeast recorded the lowest.
Exactly.
As of this morning, the NBS is telling us that their website was hacked. That so whatever is released on that website should not be taken as fact. Okay. So a lot of conspiracy theory now came on board that just 24 hours or 28 hours or 42 hours that you released a report like this, which, like you said, and when it comes to the Southeast, there's this exacerbated exaggeration, which was clarified by the release of the NBS report. Now they're telling us that that report is not supposed.
Only in Nigeria can you hear this kind of nonsense. Only in Nigeria. It doesn't happen anywhere in the world. NBS, after releasing information, the rate of crime in the northeast, in the northwest, southeast, south, and they found out that the southeast is the lowest. They came out and they said their computer was hacked, that their website was hacked, that the information they bring out is fake, because the world now discovered that the southeast is the lowest place that you have crime in the Zoological Republic. The rate of crime in the southeast is the lowest. When the report came, Asorok as usual, the Zoological Republic as usual, they call MBS. Why do you review that report? Why would you say that the southeast is the best? You better change it now. And the man came out, the MBS or whatever they call them, ABS came out and said that their site was hacked, that information they brought is fake. Oh, ha! The Zoological Republic. To call Nigeria zoo self and I praise him, my brother, is praises. Only in the zoo you will hear the
rates at which Igbos engage in criminal activities is less than any other state. In fact, I read a rating by Bawa. Okay. Daniel Bawa. Southeast is the lowest in terms of crime, even southwest. But the thing is that the press has a way of blowing everything that comes from southeast out of proportion. It's like there is a plan to destroy southeast. You get it? Now, if Soludo says they are southeasterners, he should bring his son first.
The NBS yesterday released a report on how much families of victims who were kidnapped had paid from 2023 to 2024, and it said 2.2 trillion naira. Then in terms of region, where the crime is high, the northeast, northwest, and then I think south before southeast. Southeast recorded
southwest, the lowest.
No, southeast recorded the lowest.
Exactly.
As of this morning, the NBS is telling us that their website was hacked. That so whatever is released on that website should not be taken as fact. Okay. So a lot of conspiracy theory now came on board that just 24 hours or 28 hours or 42 hours that you released a report like this, which, like you said, and when it comes to the Southeast, there's this exacerbated exaggeration, which was clarified by the release of the NBS report. Now they're telling us that that report is not supposed, that we shouldn't take it serious, that their website was hacked. So would we say that the politicians are part of the conspiracy theories?
Now, the point is that I've said it time without number. The APC government that was constituted in 2015 have a plan for the Southeast. Because if you look at the activities of the former President Buhari, the Operation Python dance in the Southeast over youths that were agitating. You don't want to listen to them. In fact, Esther, it is on record that we've not really seen where the militaries and the IPOP or ECL or ECN have exchanged gun battle and they arrested youths, parade them on TV, and we see their faces and we confirm their families in the Southeast. I don't think it has happened.
Never.
To suppress the popularity of IPOP. And now, in so doing this, they don't even care. You now refer them to be OPC. But the point, like you said, our West, I have never, most of these boys are OPC members. I have never had any criminal court before, and you now refer them to be OPC. But the point, like you said, our politicians are the ones that are blowing these things out of proportion. Because why? They are trying to suppress the popularity of IPOP. And now, in so doing this, they don't even care what it does to Southeast, the harm it brings to Southeast. But out of their desperation to suppress this group, unfortunately, the way they are going about it will be very difficult. Because the more you try to suppress them, the more people are, getting interested in them. Because people on ground knew, in reality, that that's not the case. They knew that those that are harassing them are the militaries. If you go from Osumohu to Nnewi, now you can't move on that houses, not because of unknown gunmen, not because of military. People are more afraid of the military than whatever you say that is. We think that even the unknown gunmen and whatever is fiction.
It's fiction.
It's fiction because you will not really witness it as it were. They tell us whatever they want us to hear, and the press carries it immediately and runs with it. For instance, the kidnapping in the Southeast, 80% of these reports is that the Fulani herdsmen are the ones that engage in this kidnapping. Most of the time. Have you seen the military move to the bush to push them out? Why have they been silent on the activities of the Fulani herdsmen? In Enugu, the other time, 2 farmers were killed on their farm. And
that was the day after some Nepal was
yes. And these people we kill, occupy where they killed, and the so-called military will not move.
All right, Madam Pinto, I don't know how, because let's not generalize these things. I saw an X, I think 3 days ago, where one young man was apprehended. It was in the Southeast, and one of the persons that actually steal, kidnap, and all of that. And he was confessing, to some things, some crimes, and the names of some of his group members and what they do. Some persons will reason with what Soludo said, that some young persons who have been kept redundant and nothing to do have used the whole Biafran struggle, knowing how a lot of Nigerians have sold themselves, especially those in the Southeast. They've sold themselves into that ideal, and so they're utilizing that to their advantage. Soludo said a lot of the Southeasterners have been brainwashed to believe that the agitators or according to him, the criminals are their heroes. Some persons are genuinely in the struggle for the attainment of the Southeast freedom. But the Chief of Defense Staff in a Monitor television program recently told the anchor that it is obvious that IPOB will deny their involvement in the criminality going on in the Southeast, and that the reason why they will say so is because a couple of them, or the back end, those who are financing, are very intelligent. They're educated persons. That it's not like how you have it in the North, where some of them are not educated, which drew criticism from several quarters. How do you know that the financiers of these persons committing this mayhem are not educated? People sit down and conspire to create chaos, and you say they're not educated enough for that kind of chaos to actually take place. So for him, he described that, this is what he says. He said, in contrast to profiles of bandits in the Northeast, who he described as largely illiterate, with those in the Southeast who are more aware of the implications of their actions, he argued that this motivates the IPOB members to deny their involvement in order to evade arrest and prosecution.
Okay.
So how do you describe that?
Okay, the point is that I think they're making excuses on why they should stay put in the Southeast. In the first place, they've been there for the past 2 years.
Yes.
The more they stay, the higher the crime rates. Now, before they moved in, there was nothing like crime. Is he saying that IPOB were not in the East? IPOB has been very much around since 2015. And from 2015 to 2023, 2022 or 2021, when they now move military, Southeast has been very peaceful. Now that brings to question, why did the crime rate now become higher when the military move in? That's the question we are going to ask Oga Army Man. Why did so are you saying that the IPOB went to sleep, or because the militaries were there now, they now try to engage in criminal activities to blackmail the militaries? It doesn't make sense. We all have sense. Now, I think the military should sit down and evaluate and look at who are these IPOB. What are their mission? What are their vision? What do they stand for? Before you now start branding them as criminals.
Exactly.
When people kidnap in the South North, they don't say it's Boko Haram. Call a criminal a criminal. When you catch a criminal in the Southeast, deal with him as a criminal.
Absolutely.
And then please, these criminals, we don't get to see them. When you catch a criminal, hand them over to police to try.
But now that Chukuma Soludo is validating what the Chief of Defense Staff...
You see, when we come online to say this thing, they say that we the talker. I thank God that at least sometimes Chukwu Okame will push these people to speak, but I'm telling them, if they are watching us, we have declared Biafra, we are in the state of Biafra, we are in restoration. It is no longer time for complaint. Restoration. Wherever you are, if you are in your office, in your marketplace, begin to restore. In your family, begin in your churches, everybody engage in restoration. This noise of complaint, we have been doing it since 1970 up to this moment. It never stopped. We must stop it. Let's use 1 minute and comment why we continue to play. The video is sweet and long. We will be interjecting.
Do you know, you see, again, I just, for the life of me, I cannot understand why simple things, people are making it look as if it's insurmountable. It's very obvious. Okay, Soludo said, because they don't want Nnamdi Kanu to come out, because they also know that if Nnamdi Kanu comes out, all this criminality will stop. I can guarantee you it will stop. One, and more so, he will say what he wants. Nnamdi Kanu will say what he wants, that which he has sacrificed everything, including his parents. He will say that, and that they don't want. The Chukuma Soludos, the Uzodema, and the rest of them, all the politicians, including Abaribe, including Ojuku Bianca, all of them, they don't want that. That is why they want him to continue to stay, and at the same time, blame insecurity. But they are the one conniving with the Fulani hijacked Nigerian system. This is the word I keep calling it. Fulani hijacked Nigerian system. You know why? Because even this same Tinubu, it was the same Fulani hijacked Nigerian system that put him there. And the press, the media in Nigeria, they are not talking about the fact that Oyo State, the seat of capital in Yoruba land, in January will be commissioning Sharia court in Oyo State. Nobody's talking about that. But Kunle, that man told you that this is the agenda to turn the entire Nigeria into Islamic Sharia country so that they can accommodate Fulani from the entire Sahel region who have no ancestral land, they have no originality like original place, they are from different Marudas, but they want to settle down in Nigeria. That has been agreed upon many years ago. It's been settled long ago, but Biafrans are the only hindrance preventing them from dipping the Quran into the Atlantic, and they succeed in getting these leaders. They are appointing them, you know, saying that they are our representative, they are political elite, but they are not, because they don't represent the people. How can you represent people that did not elect you? Uzodinma came forth, they took him from 4 to 1. How can you call him a representative of Ndibo? He's not. How about the rest of them? So this is what is going on. It's a tough battle, but every Biafran, every Igbo person that wants freedom, because if not, we are gone. Our ancestral land is gone. Our culture will be gone. I say, Joe Igbo said it openly, that they want to kill tribe, they want to kill everything and to create a nation by intermarrying, intermixing, allowing Fulani to be everywhere they want to. So that's why they come with refugee, that IDP camp. They are coming with so many things. So that is the situation, my brother.
Thank you so much for that contribution. My beloved brother Max, thank you for joining us. You're welcome. And we are pushing up a very particular program. Mainly today is our sit at home. The insecurity in Biafra land has been busted. You know, we have been talking about it. They don't talk about it. Some of them pretend it's not happening. They blame us. They say we don't know what we are saying. But at one point in a time, Chukwu Okikabiama will throw one person out to come to the conventional media and speak. Whether they support us or they don't support us, Chukwu Okikabiama will put word into their mouth and force them to speak. This woman has been very vocal. She's speaking on her own part. We know that she did do. She has limitation to what she can do and what she can say. We know that. We understand that. But I advise them, every one of them, we are already in Biafra. It has been declared. We are in restoration. Complaint time has passed. Begging time has passed. The order has been given. They should vacate our land or else. Whatever they see, they take. That is where we are. Go on, my beloved brother Max. Speak to Biafrans as you join us.
Mas, you don't delete your Mas. You don't delete.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. The greatest of my namoches that are here on this platform, Mazi Chooks. I salute every one of you. May Chukwu Kikabiama continue to bless each and every one of you that is in this studio to pass this gospel, to pass the gospel of truth to those that cares to listen. And I salute every one of you in the comment section as well. My great namoches and my namoches in the comment section. May Chukwu Kikabiama continue to bless every one of you. Biafra is real. Biafra is going to come in the name of Chukwu Kikabiama. I would like to salute Mazen Namdekano wherever he is. Simon Ekpa, my Prime Minister, wherever he is. No matter whatever the enemy has prepared against them, I say Chukwu Kikabiama that place Biafrans where they are, not by mistake, should go forth and deal with the enemies, expose them, shame them, and make mockery of them, and punish them the way you punish those that came against your own people in the past. Biafrans are your own children. The only crime they committed is to be where you ask them to be. That is the only crime. And their land is occupied, and they are fighting. This is your time to add and support whatever that the Biafrans are doing in order to make sure that my mother's ancestral land is liberated from all these invaders that are coming left, right, and center, and their supporters to take over my mother's ancestral land. I thank you so much for having me and for giving me this mic. I will also like to pitch my tent to where the COS is, the Deputy Prime Minister, because I have spoken the way I can to make sure to tell our people in my own capacity as the Okene of Biafra that nobody invited me. I am a volunteer. I have spoken. I asked them to please retrace their steps and whatever that is going to bring Biafra, let's join it. Their campaign of calumny will never prevail upon a woman that has been saddled with the authority and power to push this organization, this United States of Biafra agenda, the country that has been, redeclared ahead in the absence of the Prime Minister. Thank you so much. You see, Mazi Chooks, from where I stand, from my own standpoint, I said it before, I continue to say that Nigerian government is orchestrating. They are the people responsible for this security that is going on in Biafra land. They are the people responsible for anything that is. Remember the United Nations World Report said that Southeast, in the midst of all the things that were going on in Nigeria, Southeast was the most peaceful region in Nigeria. What would they do in order to rubbish that? They came in, they use Asari Dokubo, they use other non-state actors that they support, they equipped. Those they issue weapons and ammunition to come in and do what they do. They try everything to make sure there is discordance in that part of Biafra land. And today, this is what we are saying. I am going to respect this woman that is talking simply because she is my Nnamoche. She is also, I would take the message and I would throw away the messenger. Despite that she is also a Biafran. I respect her and this is my own opinion. She been there when all these things were happening. When our people were gathered in Ngwa High School, Aba, in Wilcox Memorial School, Comprehensive Memorial School, Aba, In all the places in Biafra land, while they were robbing our people on the ground, buying them, rolling them, fast forward, rolling them, doubling them, all kinds of doubling that in the army. These were what the soldiers, trained soldiers, were unleashing on innocent people that don't know anything about some of the doubling. Some of the, we call it double, but it's a punishment. Call it punishment. They dealt with them. They were there laughing, saying that what they are doing has long gone. Biafra is long gone. Biafra is long gone. Is there any sane person that would tell you that even when I was serving in the Nigerian military, I was very, very antagonistic. My brain, my mind, I had so much discord and hate for that system. Damn, I'm here today. I was one of them. Let nobody tell me that if you are a beneficiary of what is happening, thank God that God will always use even the demon themselves to speak the truth. God will cause evil men to speak the truth, as in the case in the Bible. A man that was sent to go and curse the children of Israel went there and switched over to bless them. The same thing will happen to these people. It's just a matter of time. And they would die in the process. Because Biafrans are not fighting anything that is alien. We don't belong with you. We don't belong to your society. We don't have nothing in common with you. We cannot live with people that value animals more than the human beings. We have nothing in common with you. Let us go. You cannot create an inclusive government in your zoo. You keep us as aliens. You keep us as outcasts. And we are the goose that laid the golden egg. Everything that you can think of in that country today, if there is no Biafran, there is no Nigeria. Whatever that makes Nigeria what it is today comes from the Biafra land. What are you? How are you? And our people will come back and become to sound politically correct in everything that they do.
Which culminated to Joe Igbokwe's reaction and response.
Are we that senseless? Look. Whatever that we are going to do, be ready, because more work is needed from us. And I commend those people that continuously are sitting at home to show their civic disobedience to whatever the criminal elements and their cohorts like Bianca Ojukwu are doing against the Biafran people. I yield here. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, my beloved brother Max. I appreciate you for that amazing contribution. And we will continue to listen and watch a video. Bro Okafor, are you there? Are you there, bro Okafor? I think he's not there. So let's go on and listen.
But he's been saying this thing since that there is nothing like Biafran agitation, but it's a scam. And then the whole recent issue with Uwazurike and Simon Ekpa, the same traits or the same trail at which they were able to curry support and all. How do we break this rhetoric? How do we dismantle it?
Okay, now, if you release Nnamdi Kanu today, let's do a challenge, like Nnamdi challenged. I think former governor of Imo State, Rochas Okorocha, made these comments before, and he said he's going to do a 3 million march. Reality. Let them release Nnamdi Kanu today. And of course, they do their mobilization. When they started the march, Nnamdi Kanu arrived in Owerri, unannounced. Those marching with Rochas abandoned him. And joined Nnamdi Kanu. People left their shop unlocked and joined Nnamdi Kanu. Now, if Soludo, politicians unfortunately don't know the extent on the magnitude or the effect of the things they say. Because out of their desperation to retain their job, they say anything and they don't know the harm it does. They don't face reality. Let them release Nnamdi Kanu today. Let Soludo call a meeting. Even his own commissioners will abandon him to go and listen to Nnamdi Kanu.
Yeah.
Why does this young man draw a lot of crowd? Now, the only thing that people will try to fake is something that will draw people to them. Simon Ekpa was able to do what he did, whatever they said he did, because some people are desperate. They are looking for leaders. They now had to follow Simon Ekpa when Nnamdi Kanu was in prison. Are they looking at, okay, look at the number of people following the so-called Simon Ekpa and the number of people following Soludo, even as a governor.
Okay.
So we must face reality. Until the southeastern leaders, both the leaders, the traditional leaders, and the political leaders sit down and analyze this IPOP and understand and ask and know what are they asking for. What they are asking for, is it off? What are their reasons? When you even talk about the agitation, these people are agitating in their mind. They are not on the road. They are not on the street. Now, most like Soludo said, they made the mistake of engaging a militant, moving him. In fact, our problem started the moment Asindikwa was engaged, and he moved criminal to southeast. Now, I think the federal government has finished using him. They abandoned him. What happens to his boys he brought to southeast? So they went on loose and started, of course, committing.
Survive,
yes. And then the militaries know them. They equally use them. Yes. Asari said, I quote Asari, the federal government engaged me to guide southeast. And we were working hand in hand with the military. This kind of grievous accusation, did you say the military arrest him?
Oh.
He said the federal government engaged us. Did you see the federal government did not even respond? But the military came to play it down and said there was nothing like that. But you saw their men. His men have checkpoints in Imo State. So what did you do to that? How can you engage in a region that was peaceful? Then the governors were so desperate. And they said, okay, people were afraid. Esther, when these things happened, I covered sit at home on my own as a journalist 4 times. Around the whole southeast, I was on ground. Now, why did I cover it? I went to Enugu and
I want everybody to pay attention to this part. Today is sit at home. They say we're the enforcer. They say that we're the enforcer. We are forcing it. We are using force. You are forcing people. You are causing insecurity. Let us pay attention to this woman. Is a journalist. She's not just a commentator. She's a journalist. She investigated the issue of sit at home. Let us hear this part. Very, very important.
Everyone did not even respond. But the military came to play it down and said there was nothing like that. But you saw their men. His men have checkpoints in Imo State. So what did you do to that? How can you engage in a region that was peaceful? Then the governors were so desperate. And they said, okay, people were afraid. Esther, when these things happened, I covered sit at home on my own as a journalist 4 times. Round the whole southeast, I was on ground. Now, why did I cover it? I went to Enugu and the sit at home was, I went to Enugu. I had to go to Buka, local places to eat. And I engaged people in I realized that if there were 10 people, 9 would be in support of the sit at home. And 1 we argue. So I decided to cover it and watch how it is done. Then I became alarmed. One day we were going for traditional marriage. I was in front of a vehicle and 3 aged women were at the back. I raised that issue. I was shocked to see how these mothers supported their children. How can we? This one said my son could not get a job. They were just complaining. And they said, I quote, since they say we should be staying at home, that one is good. We are not at risk of being shot. Let us stay at home. Let them release that young man. And I said, any movement you see mothers supporting their children, that's a problem. Now, instead of the leaders to sit down and look at what to do, what are the agitation of the youth, and present it to the federal government. The rest of Nigerians were willing and ready to listen, to see what we can do to pacify these people. That was why they supported P2B in large number. Let us see what we can do to include these people into the system, rather than presenting it. But because of their interest, political interest, they want to protect their interest. They were not looking for a way. They saw IPOP as in competition with them. They were looking for a way to suppress IPOP. They now brought military. Are the guys that some people want to come about, they were afraid. Esther, I can assure you, I thought Southeast, there was no, you won't see anybody say they're enforcing. Channels covered it, Arise covered it. You will see the road open and people will be in their houses. Now, I agree that probably 70% are in support of the sit-at-home and 30% we are not in support. And you want to bring the military so that those that want to support will now, you know, come out. That was what they told us. That was what the military told us that they want to do. Esther, the moment the military entered Southeast, it turned bloody. It turned to something else. Even you as a citizen, if you are moving on the road, when you approach the military checkpoint, there's this sense of fear they will put in you. They will make people to come down from their vehicles.
Let us, based on what we have heard from her, those confessions, if anybody has a contribution to make there, make your contribution and we go further. Go on, Romax.
Okay, you see, it's just like when I made my first deposition, it's just like I've listened to this woman. I've not listened to this woman. Please, Honorable Chooks, I would like you to send this video to my WhatsApp because I need to pass it to people. I have been with them in Dr. Damage's platform, like Ngozi, is it Nkechinye or Ngozi or something like that? A lady that normally appears with me at Dr. Damage's platform that has been accusing the Biafran people, that our people are enforcing sit at home. See, I need to send this thing to them, including Dr. Damages as well. Even Mazo is okay. I need to send this video, and they will not pretend that they've not seen these videos.
Mazi, these people you are mentioning, these are pure evil. You know,
I have been to their platform. I try to put up. Just imagine me that doesn't even have, that don't even have the kind of the level of education these people has attained. And I am telling you, this is what is happening. These people are arguing with these evidences right across their eyes. They cannot speak against it. They cannot come back and say, no, these people are doing what these people. Just imagine what this my Nemoche is saying. Any problem that the children, mothers, when it comes to a situation when mothers are supporting their children, know that there is great problem that is happening. It happened before during the Aba Women's Riot. It will happen again. The only thing is that our women have not come out. You see, if they begin to come out, Nigeria is going to go down within 1 month. I am telling you the truth. Yes, sir.
Mazi, hello?
Go on.
Yeah. For me, I'm not surprised with all these things happening. No. I'm not surprised. The word is disappointment, not surprise. When you hear evil, it's not some utopia, it is real. Evil exists. And this human being is not something hidden someplace somewhere. The human being, all these masses, okay, you talk about the Dr. Damages and these are pure evil human beings, because you know why? They know the truth, but they've chosen the darkness. They've chosen lies, pretending, because they all know. And like I said earlier, like that Dr. Damage, for example, all what they have their own ulterior motive. That is that when Nigeria works, if it does work, then they can come in and participate or partake either in one thing or the other, and looking at population, what some can get country like Ezioke or Chidi of Canada.
They are all waiting for their own national cake.
Exactly. That is what it's all about. Because you know why I said it? But deep down they know that Nigeria has long been taken over by the Fulanis, that the Fulani hijacked Nigerian system is in charge. And none of them is talking about what is unfolding in Yoruba land. That even though we know that Yoruba have Muslims, maybe 50-50, I don't know if it's Christian, Muslim, 50-50. But the fact that they are extending this Islamization now down to the Yoruba land, and they are not talking about it. What next? Where next after the Yoruba conquer? Okay. So you see what this woman is saying is 100% fact, but people are just living like they are already condemned to fate. You know, they know living on the canny alone, and all this problem will be solved, but they don't want, because why? They also know what Nnamdi Kanu want. That's why they don't want him out. That's why Soludo say what he said. So why are they pretending, coming to tell us he will be out soon, he will be out soon, when they know that behind the scene they are telling the military and the tribunal to let him go? So this whole thing is just a game, because for me, I've always known that from day one, I've known that this is a serious situation. I've always known that it's going to be more like a camel going through the eyes of a needle, because I know these politicians. I know them. And I know that by the time we eventually finally get Biafra, some of these politicians you see, some of them got called up. Some will go on exile, and some will fight to the last blood. But that is what it is. So let nobody deceive you. They don't want Biafra. Why do they not want Biafra? Because they don't want to live in a sane society. They don't want. They enjoy. This is like a alcohol tormenting them. A situation whereby they and their family, their immediate family, their children, they can live above everyone else, and everyone will worship them. Where there's no hospital, no running water, no good education, no nothing. But for them and their immediate children, they have access to it, they can go abroad. So they like that classism, where so that tells you everything sometimes about this COG. There's something fundamental, because we live in the Western world. We see how these people think here. For them, it's not about them having first class, second class. In Rotterdam, when I was living in Rotterdam, the mayor of Rotterdam, he will ride bicycle, come to the train station, lock it up. I will ride mine, we lock it up there, and enter throne, going to work. He will enter a mayor. But on this COG, geez, I don't know how God create black people. So all these our governors you see who said they are Southeast or Biafran politicians, they don't want sane society, and Nigeria is not sane society, so they want it that way. That is what it's all about. Anybody tell you otherwise, and they know what Nnamdi Kanu intends, they know what Simon Ekpa intends, is to bring a functioning working society, and there is this global conspiracy. Make no mistake about it. There is that global dimension to the problem. Yes, absolutely. Global, headed by the British. I don't know to what extent, if they're going to subpedal, if the British are going to subpedal, or they're going to continue on that trajectory to keep Nigeria, everybody one, for retrogression. Because keeping it together is not for progress, it's not for betterment, no. But to keep them perpetually poor, that is what it's all about. So you see that there's international and national dimension to the problem, and they've been able over the years to figure out, orchestrate these political representatives, as they call them, but they don't represent the people. Any Biafra, any woman that believes all these politicians, I feel sorry for you. But it's either you are benefiting from them, or you are their immediate family, like that Ngozi. Ngozi, I don't know if she's part of them, but I know her position. Every time she talks about enforcing sit at home, nobody's enforcing sit at home. People are fed up. Give them referendum. If you think they are enforcing sit at home, give them referendum. Let's see. what happens? They will be saying it, but none of these politicians, none of them want to talk about it. That what you do in a normal society is give Biafrans referendum, so the majority carries the day. That is the simple as that. But they don't want. They say you must, and you must not for your own good.
For them anymore. We have done our referendum, so if they feel it's not okay for them, they should go and do their own.
Exactly. That's my point, because they will not want to recognize this, but they should do their own. Conduct your own referendum supervised by the United Nations and the world bodies, genuine, unbiased referees, supervises, then you can decide. But they don't want to talk about it. When you talk, they tell you referendum is not in constitution, but if you want it, tell your representative to move it at National Assembly. But how are they going to do it? It's like telling them to put some sign to their garage. So these things, it's not rocket science, but people are just pretending. I hate these guys. You see this Dr. Damages and the rest of them, but God will give everybody their portion, because these are evil people.
Let's go.
The federal government engaged me to guide Southeast, and we were working hand in hand with the military. This kind of grievous accusation, did you say the military arrest him?
No.
He said the federal government engage us. Did you see the federal government did not even respond? But the military came to play it down and said there was nothing like that. But you saw their men. His men have checkpoints in Imo State. So what did you do to that? How can you engage in a region that was peaceful? Then the governors were so desperate, and they said, okay, people were afraid. Esther, when these things happened, I covered sit at home on my own as a journalist 4 times round the whole Southeast. I was on ground. Now, why did I cover it? I went to Enugu, and the sit at home was, I went to Enugu. I had to go to Buka, local places to eat, and I engaged people in come. I realized that if there were 10 people, 9 will be in support of the sit at home, and 1 will argue. So I decided to cover it and watch how it is done. Then I became alarmed. One day we were going for traditional marriage. I was in front of a vehicle, and 3 aged women were at the back. I raised that issue. I was shocked to see how these mothers supported their children. How can we? This one said, my son could not get a job. They were just complaining. And they said, I quote, since they say we should be staying at home, that one is good. We are not at risk of being shot. Let us stay at home. Let them release that young man. And I said, any movement you see mothers supporting their children, that's a problem. Now, instead of the leaders to sit down and look at what to do, what are the agitation of the youth, and present it to the federal government, the rest of Nigerians were willing and ready to listen, to see what we can do to pacify these people. That was why they supported P2B in large number. Let us see what we can do to include these people into the system, rather than them presenting it. But because of their interest, political interest, they want to protect their interest. They were not looking for a way. They saw IPOP as in competition with them. They were looking for a way to suppress IPOP. They now brought military. Are the guys that some people want to come out, but they were afraid. Esther, I can assure you, I thought Southeast, there was no, you won't see anybody say they're enforcing. Channels covered it, Arise covered it. You will see the road open and people will be in their houses. Now, I agree that probably 70% are in support of the sit at home and 30% we are not in support. And you want to bring the military so that those that want to support will now, come out. That was what they told us. That was what the military told us that they want to do. Esther, the moment the military entered Southeast, it turned bloody. It turned to something else. Even you as a citizen, if you are moving on the road, when you approach the military checkpoint, there's this sense of fear they will put in you. They will make people to come down from their vehicles.
Is a scam, and that he's backing what Professor Chukwuma Soludo is saying with the introduction of Operation Udogachi, so that they could clear out these criminals. A couple of people feel that is a means through which he wants to gain another possible support ahead of 20.
Of course, he did it for P2P now. So
for 2025.
This will be the first
and so,
time.
you know, and then now he's advising the Southeast governors to seek military intervention to curb the criminalities. So he made the call in a statement while he was supporting what Chukuma Soludo said, that the entire ordeal, the entire conscript and idea of Biafra and IPOB and all of that is a scam completely taken up by some elites who intend to use a vulnerability of the, let's say, rate of poverty or vacuum in the Southeast, you know, to possibly put themselves in a higher ground or whatever it is that they intend to achieve. Now, here is the thing. You made a statement. You said there was a time there was a match during the administration of Okorocha, that is the former governor of Imo State, and that a lot of persons who were by the side or behind Okorocha went to where Nnamdi Kanu was. Is it possible that the politicians are afraid of the kind of, let me not use the word power, influence that he will?
That's the point.
And that if he comes out, they may literally not even give reverence to their leaders, but give reverence to him. A situation where for someone who is not a political leader, but somehow he encompasses an embodiment that is almost divine somehow,
Okay.
you know, in the Southeast.
No.
That if he gives an order, they will rather go with the order that he gives than whatever it is the state governors give. So it is a deliberate attempt to keep him incarcerated. Could that be what it is?
No, the point is that
This question that she has asked, my fellow comrade, what do you have to say on it? Before this woman will answer her own.
Well, obviously, anybody with even half a sense knows the answer to the question. And because, first of all, these politicians, like I said, they don't represent the people. And the people know that they don't represent them. They were imposed by the Fulani hijacked Nigerian system on the people. And as a result, they don't do the bidding of the people. Because if they do, what they are supposed to do is you ask the people, what do you want? In a normal sense society, that's what you do. What does the people want? Because democracy is government of the people, by the people and for the people, isn't it? Absolutely. So if the people say they want referendum, give it to them. What are you afraid of? Oh, no, you don't want, but you want to continue with the force of arm with gun on their head to keep them in a place they don't want to be. How does that work? And you expect peace and progress. You are insane to think that that will ever happen. Not today, not tomorrow, never, 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 until you do the right thing, except you do the right, because we will never get up one day, all of a sudden, love Nigeria, a country that has been our enemy from day one, a country that has been our hindrance. That has,
a country that wants all of us dead.
Exactly. A country that have their knee on our neck. A country, how is that going to be possible? We can't sing this love song in a strange land. It's just not possible. But so that is the situation. So that question she's asking, somehow, whether she knows whatever, but the point is that the Biafran people, they know Nnamdi Kanu. They know what he stands for. And that is why they don't listen to the politicians, they listen to Nnamdi Kanu. And same goes for Simon Ekpa, because people say they want freedom. What can be more than being free? They say Igbo control economy. Igbo, bullshit, bunker. That is bunker. Because you don't have power. You have economy, Ali Nonyema, this, that. It can be taken away just like that by the Fulani hijacked Nigerian system. They will call Ali Nonyema to order and tell him, this you must do, this you must, that you must. If not, they can take away your. That's a fact, because we don't have a free country, because so that's Nigeria. But if we have our Biafra, people are free, provided it's run according to the rule of law, without contravention of the law. You are free to do your business, but the Fulani have the agenda. That is the premise of everything going on in Nigeria. It's unfortunate people don't trace the origin of issue. They want to take over Nigeria. That is so they use everything, including poverty, deliberately created poverty by government not doing the right thing to uplift and create development, create wealth, create job. They deliberately did that because when people are poor, they are very, very vulnerable. So even 20,000 naira, you can buy them over. You see, when they go and vote, they give the money the people take to eat because they are hungry. They sell their vote. So they are using that and terrorism. They are using poverty and terrorism to achieve Fulani. Let me just say one more thing, because I'm an observant. I always watch lots of regions that hate Igbo in Nigeria. This is deep because they see that Fulani has taken over Nigeria. Let people continue to pretend all they want. But Igbo say, no, we will never succumb to this. We will pull out because we never bargain for it. So some of these regions, some of these little ones who come and say this, that they are angry about the fact that Igbos are attempting to leave them at the mercy of the Fulanis. But we said to them, you can start your own, do something so that we can be free. We all can be free. So that we all can be free from this shackle. But they don't want to do anything. But you want Igbos, you want Biafran to stay with you in this demonic entity. How is that going to be possible? The Yoruba sit down there now. They are bringing Sharia to them. And we've seen the effect of Sharia among the populace. It's retrogression. They say Western education is taboo. Development is taboo. Education is taboo. And that's what you are bringing. And you sit down there, and when you hear Biafra, you begin to be angry that they want to leave. So we stay with you so that they will come and Islamize us. And yeah, that's the situation, my brother.
Thank you so much. We are gone already. My brother Mas, go ahead.
No, I wanted my brother to speak because the network.
Go ahead.
Thank you, my brother.
You have a contribution to make?
Yes.
Go on.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Email.
Yes, I can see.
Thank you, my brother, for speaking the truth to the power.
Udo.
Thank you. Our sister has said it all, but the issue is this. All these people know that we're on the wrong hand, that these people are not speaking for us, and the same people are still standing with them. Join Biafra. Let's fight together and get our freedom. No. All those things where then they talk. If you talk, you finish, you end where you talk. Do the right thing.
They say no.
Do the right thing. Oh, that's the issue. Now the Kanu don't do his own. He used his money. He used his life. He used his connection. He used everything. Simon Ekpa pick on. He sacrificed everything sacrificable. What are you doing on your own? Because the freedom is for everybody. If you look at Mazin Nandekanu, Ohamadi can have all it takes to live in life to the fullness. And likewise, Obatobia. So, but now because of me and you and him and our unborn children, these people deny themselves every comfort, everything. And some idiots are still there talking rubbish. But what you cannot do is see somebody doing it. You cannot appreciate. You can't support good effort. We don't go. Whether any human being like it or not. Biafra don't come. Oh. So that's why me at the tell the gullible. That's why me at the tell the sabos. Anything where you do, you must give account of it. anything where you do, you must give account of it. He may be doing it today, oh. Tomorrow now I go justify. Because the day of accountable is coming. Say would they enforce sit at home? Would they enforce it at home? Tell me anybody where they don't get on this day of the sit at home, say they are enforcing sit at home. Now them see they plan, they do everything where they do to turn this thing na IPOP. Now them, if not, may they tell me those enforcers where they don't arrest, show the world, liars. God will always disgrace them one by one. So I don't know why we are talking about the governor, the Soludo and co. We are giving them the vote of no confidence. They are not representing us. So whatever they like, may them they do, but they will give account. In no distant time, oh. In no distant time.
Yes.
They will give us account of their stewardship. So please, I'm still pleading on our people. Let's give Deputy Prime Minister, Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, every support she needs. May she support her as a mother. She's a proud Biafran woman. Please, leave the Sabo people, leave them, they are on agenda. But they have failed on arrival. They have failed woefully. Please, let's support this woman to continue from where our Prime Minister stopped. I somewhat believe God that very soon, in no distant time, he will join us. He will join us. Yes. So I thank God for our sister, the Bank of Biafra is already established, is already licensed. So we now have our authority to operate. So we thank God for that. Gradually, we are getting there. Yes. Gradually, we are getting there. So please, let's all be focused. The men on the ground, please, their matter should not be discussed publicly. These people that bring us to where we are today, they have agenda. But we should not succumb, we should not follow them. Please, let's continue where our master leave us. Those things he teach us how to do, let's continue to do it. Because very soon, we'll get to where we are going. Thank you very much. I pray that God will bless United States of Biafra. I pray that God Almighty will continue to make our angels visible before the enemies. I pray that God will give them every idea, everything they need to produce anything they know they can produce and use it against the enemies. I pray that God Almighty will use the land of the Biafran to swallow all our enemies. Every other tribe that want to continue to sleep, make una keep on sleeping, small time they go break. We go know how far. Thank you all. I submit for now.
Thank you so much, my beloved brother, and everybody that is watching. You can see the update of the sit at home. That is what I'm playing. What you are seeing here is sit at home. Everywhere is under lock and key. For those who you say they are not hearing, you can't see anybody enforcing it. Biafra people are doing what they have to do because the United States of Biafra has come to stay. No going back. Go ahead, my beloved brother Max.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chooks. You see, I want to go a little, on the question the journalist asked her host.
Yeah.
You see, there is no doubt. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu is antagonist to whatever Nigeria represents, to whatever all the participating politicians represent. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu is an antagonist to all of them. If you remember, what is happening today are prophecies. What it has been prophesied long time ago. We are just witnessing the manifestation of those prophecies that were said in the past. That's what we are witnessing. There was a man, this prophet, King Leo. Try and watch some of his, prophecies, in sequence. He said, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, I saw Mazen Nnamdi Kanu return back to Nigeria. I saw Mazen Nnamdi Kanu coming back to Nigeria. I saw the government prosecuting him, but for good, not for bad. Immediately, this man said also, because I'm following him, he said that water don't pass Gary. He said Nigeria has nothing to do, nothing to answer again, no question again to ask Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. He said they finished. That Mazen Nnamdi Kanu's case is like a big bone in the throat of the Nigerian government. Swallow, you can't swallow. Vomit, you cannot vomit. Is that not what is happening? He now say that they have no case with Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, but the problem of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu is the elites in Biafra land.
Is not
These are prophecies that are there. It must be fulfilled. And like the Bible said, woe unto that son of man in whose hands prophecies will fulfill. It's better that that person is not born onto this earth. That is exactly what is happening. When you see people like Soludo, do you remember what Soludo did when he was looking for the first time? He was rounding about, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, going to visit, going to do this, going to do that, going to support people, including me. I look at these people and say, these are politicians. Oh. There are so many people, that believed him that time. I said, this guy is a politician.
Of course, he built a big board now. He built a very mighty big board in Anambra. Free Mazen Nnamdi Kanu.
Good.
Lies.
Good. But do you know what happened? He went in there, he searched the mind of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, that Mazen Nnamdi Kanu has nothing apart from Biafra. Did Soludo came out and told the world what the discussions he's had with Mazen Nnamdi Kanu? He will not. He will never do that. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu stand is very, very rooted on Biafra restoration. Let my people go. Nothing more, nothing less. Give him Biafra today. He will be happy. If you give Mazen Nnamdi Kanu Biafra today and they tell, oh, if I give you this Biafra, you will die the next second. You will say, yes, let me die. Give me Biafra, let me die the next second so that my people will be free. That is the man you have there. That is the man you have there. Other communities, other tribes, other ethnic groups wants to acquire, but because it's from you, you cannot respect him. You will not listen to him. They are protecting their Nigerian criminal status quo. That is what they are protecting. They knew and they know that once Mazen Nnamdi Kanu is really, especially this Soludo, judging from what he has done to Biafran people and Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, he will never get 20% vote in Anambra State. I'm telling you the truth. That is the reason why He is indirectly telling the terrorist Nigerian government to keep Mazi Nnamdi Kanu there. That is what he is saying. In essence, he is indirectly telling them to keep him there. Releasing him will not solve insecurity in Southeast. That is how wicked. That is how demonic. That is how senseless. That is how devilish our people can be, especially those that are exposed to Nigerian system of leadership. But Biafra is going to teach them a great lesson that they will never forget in their life. Thank you so much. God bless you, my brother.
Thank you so much, my beloved brother. You have spoken well. I can see blessed Ekpa. Blessed Ekpa, long time. It's been a long time I see you here. You were here some time ago, once or twice. I never saw you again. Good to see you. You're
Yes,
welcome,
sir.
my beloved brother Ekpa. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
It's been a long time. We didn't see you.
Yeah, good morning, house. God bless everyone. Please, I traveled for my dad's funeral, so I wasn't really having enough time to do other things. I happen to be the only male child and the only son for my dad, so I was struggling alone. So it wasn't easy for me to have a little time to go into any other platform.
Sorry about that.
My condolences to you, my brother. Sorry. Take care.
So rest in peace. So sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. Please, if I have the opportunity to contribute a little this morning, I would say the issue of Nigeria is tiring. Okay, at first, my name is Blessed Ekpa from Akwa Ibom. That is Itai State in Biafra map.
Yes.
Nigeria has no. They have no human sympathy. When it comes to the voice of the people, they don't care about anything, about anybody. Imagine the youth going out to protest, losing their lives. At the end, nobody speak about anything. So the world knows this is the most corrupt country in the world. The people who have been tired of this country should be let go, not to be kept in darkness again. Now, that's not my major issue now. My real contribution, I cannot advise anybody. Just like me, I cannot advise the corrupt President Tinubu and that his alliance, Godswill Akpabio. I cannot advise them. But this is the struggle we all take up together. Sometime, some of us will come down to join the struggle, to join the fight, to join the military in any way we can. Because if you are capable, you have to go down to join, to fight for the freedom of the unborn generation to come, so that we will not experience this thing we are feeling, the heat we are feeling in the Nigerian terrorist group hands. So now, there is this fight going on social media because of division and betrayal. I had the opportunity to come across a certain group that was 8 years ago. We were very close and we were well to do in any form.
Yeah.
What really brought us down was that there was a kind of division in terms of government. We were fighting for government position that brought us to the position of division. We were serving the same oath bait. There is a division. You can't kill this one cannot kill you, this one cannot do this one, but we don't agree to each other. That fight is something plotted by the enemy to scatter the organization.
Yes.
What I really see, the deputy prime minister have been coming on social media talking about people, and other people have been coming talking about other people, That should not be our main aim for now. That shouldn't be the main target. At least we should give deaf ear to whatever is happening and focus. Strongly believe our Prime Minister will be released soon, and he will be here to take up the charge by himself.
Absolutely.
So this thing is a kind of conspiracy from the camp of the enemy to put this fight into division, so that there will be no oneness, so that people will not listen to each other. There will be division. They will, the minds of the people, even the men on ground, will be divided because so many people pay attention to this one will pay attention. And you see, when it happens like this, the devil will have the opportunity to penetrate more than it's supposed to. So I think it is really necessary that we do not give room to this to happen, despite how it is. You know, when it comes to leadership, you must not give ears to everything. Just as I said, the Nigerian government, the youth came out to protest. Godswill Akpabio, I and Godswill Akpabio, we are from the same community. Like I've said before on this platform, I've worked with him closely. He's a terrorist. He's a killer. He's a killer. Godswill Akpabio, you see, I'm not hiding my face, so I'm not afraid of him. I know him. He knows me. He's a killer. This is a situation where you're brought to them to succeed your seat, and a little challenge happened. You defected to APC. The people who refused to defect with you, you are now using your brother called Idoronyen Akpabio. He was the OC anti-robbery by then, using him to kill so many of us. That was the main reason I left Nigeria. I could not survive the heat. They killed so many of our friends who refused to defect with them to the APC. So now, this is the struggle. This division now is not really ordinary. You see, the people who went out to Finland to do the organization very successful, went out to protest with a twinkle of an eye. Something came up that this one is talking on his own, this one is talking on his own, this one wants to be a king. If we are paying attention to that, the struggle will take a long time. The struggle will take a long time. People should not, the deputy prime minister should not pay attention to whatever is coming on the social platform on any area or from anybody. The focus should be on how to sponsor the men on ground, how to do the necessary thing, meet the international bodies that can assist us in any way or the other, not to focus on the quarrel. The quarrel would definitely bring challenge, would bring disaster.
Exactly, you're right.
So I please beg you people who can have communication with her closely to talk to her that giving attention to every social media violence is not necessary for now. Our main aim is to join heads together to pray for God to make our prime minister to be released, our leader to be released, so that this struggle will have strength and force to be successful. For the Nigerian government, there will be no peace for them. You know, I was a politician. I can tell more about them. I can tell a lot about them. I worked as a personal assistant to the Commissioner of Trade and Investment. So I was very close to the government of Godswill Akpabio. I was very close to them. These people are a terrorist group. They will use you at the end of it. They will look for means because they know no other people are coming. They will recruit other people. Yes. They will expose you to danger while their children are not in the country to face the heat we are facing.
Yeah.
Their children will not come out to vote. Their children are going to the school outside the country. How about the common people like us? How do we survive in the hospital? You see, when this man died, the chief of staff, the army commander that just died, he said he died at the American hospital. This. What of the people who have no opportunity to purchase, to get a passport self? How will they survive?
Yeah.
How is the academic system? Yeah. You see, their children are also schooling abroad.
Yeah.
The academic system in the country does not favor the poor masses like us. How do we survive? How do we survive? You can imagine the vice president call himself Shetima, is the sponsor, is the overall head of this Boko Haram.
Yeah.
How come the Boko Haram can invade the Nigerian Defense Academy where all the armed tools are being kept? They invade the Nigerian Defense Academy, take some commanders, kill some people, take some armed tools and leave, and nothing happened.
And they moved on, though, as if nothing happened. Though. Nobody is talking about it again. They just moved on.
How long have these people been on the ground that they have not sent any army helicopter, any fighter jet to go and bomb the whole of that Sambisa forest? And you see, the people are not ready to talk, because when you try to talk, they will call you to settle. When you don't want to agree with them, they will kill you because they don't have value for any human life.
Exactly.
These people are just like, when you have goats at this celebration time, just like Christmas, you will kill one, you will not have any fear because more are producing. Because of the population of the people in the country, they don't have value for humanity. They don't have value. Did you know this man called himself a Senate president who arrests a person, you arrest two brothers in the family, and those are the two only brothers left in that family. They will kill them, put allegation on their head, and nobody will say anything, because you can't say anything, your voice will not be heard anywhere. Your voice will not be heard anywhere. So if just of 2022, there's a part of a CNODIM that was bombed, the boundary with Abia State and Akwa Ibom State. They sent their helicopter to come and bomb that community because of this same Biafra struggle. But this is the struggle. They are fighting for freedom. They don't want to be enslaved again by these Fulani headsmen. To me, if I have opportunity to speak out, I will speak, but nobody will hear my voice. The man they called Buhari, which we all know he died, they brought someone to replace because they don't want the same thing that happened at the tenure of Yaradua to happen again. They brought someone to replace him, fooling us, and we all agreed because they've bribed them. The country is full of bribery and corruption. How come a country that has crude oil, has brass, cocoa, and every other resources, mineral resources that God has blessed us with, we are struggling? Look at the amount of fuel. The Nigerian government cannot provide companies. You go to Akwa Ibom State, all the things they have, there is no company apart from Chevron and the rest of that thing. They don't have anything to survive the masses. The rates of crime are increasing because some of the youths are impatient. Some of them you will struggle, and at the end of it, you don't have the means of survival.
Wow, the network, I think brother has a network.
Is he calling from the zoo?
No, he's not in the zoo.
Okay.
Right. He just said it, he worked with under Ekpa government, and they were after him, then he left the country.
Yeah. They don't have soul. These people are soulless. The devil has taken over. I'm telling you, all the politicians, they are not human beings. They're not human beings. So in that state where the oil is, they only have Shell and Chevron, but they don't have other companies that will produce good paying job for the people. No, only the company that exploit and mine oil, take it away. You see how the game goes. And you have in those places people who are from there because they are giving them some kind of chicken change money. They are helping them to guide the oil company and the pipeline and stuff. It is pathetic. It is pathetic.
Blessed, are you there? I think he has been kicked out. Let us listen more on that very program.
Okay. Do you know why these people come out to say whatever they like? Igbos don't kill easily. Igbos are not given to wasting blood easily. That's why they are saying all these things. Yoruba leaders will not say this about OPC. And Hausa leaders cannot say this about Boko Haram. There are things you can't say. But because Igbos, even the IPOP are not rough. If IPOP are truly rough, they can't be making these statements now. They can't. Now, Nnamdi Kanu is passionate about the situation of their people. I think they uncovered certain things which we are now looking at. It might be true.
Okay.
Nnamdi Kanu said there is a plot to hand Southeast over to the Fulanis.
Yeah,
you know.
I see.
Now, from the activities of the federal government, by trying to create a sense of fear in the lives of the people, so that people will be leaving the Southeast, that allegation is not far from being true. Why? You move in a place that has been deemed to be the most peaceful, have low crime rates. They have their peace. They said, okay, people are now saying, is it not even better? Let the military go. Let us be having our Monday sit at home, but have peace. That's what people are now praying for. Now, you now move military with police. It's not enough. You secretly moved an armed militia within that region. Can you tell me what the federal government stand to achieve by moving a militia? One thing, they want to use that militia to blackmail IPOP. So when those people go and shoot, they will say IPOP is shooting. They want to enforce sit at home. Now, when they now go to now why I moved to now cover it the last time was when they begin to shoot in weddings. Traditional wedding. I mean, it doesn't make sense. What has IPOP got to do? There were burials. So the thing is that to put fear so that people will stop going home. So what Nnamdi Kanu was alleging, we are now seeing it as to be true that federal government from 2015 till now has an evil plan against the South. Otherwise, are you saying that the mere IPOP that we've not really seen word arms is more powerful than the military that will make you move a military?
But are we saying that there are no indeed criminal elements exacerbating mayhem, perpetuating?
Before we go back to the my brother, blessed Ekpa to you. You didn't finish your line of thought before the network problem kicks you out. Go ahead and finish your line of thought while we proceed.
Okay. Sorry, there was a network interruption. So this Akpabio, so many people refuse to defect with him, and he has a brother in the police who was OC anti-robbery called Idoroyen Akpabio Sopo. So this is the brother he was using to kill so many of us as at that time. They will arrest you, they will call you name, you will either answer armed robber or cultist, and they will not take you to court. Nothing will make them take you to court. When once they arrest you, your own is finished.
Wow.
That's what happened. Nothing happened. When a common person die, nobody will know. Nobody talk about it. You can't say anything. You can't say anything. So this is the situation that happened, that took place after that is defection to APC. Some of us who refused to follow him, we were just there. I was arrested on the 11th December 2019. I was arrested. I had a business doing, I was having a large poultry farm. But what came was I did child trafficking. So when I got there, they took me to area command at Ikotekbene. From area command, they transferred me to the state CID. So the thing that helped me was that Udom was heavily on ground, and they sent the chief judge, then he was from Ika state, the current Ika state in Biafra.
Yeah.
The chief judge sent a letter that boy has not committed anything, so they should bring him to the court if he has any case to answer. That was the reason I was preserved from that 11 December 2019 till February 4th. They refused to release me. Wow. So when I got there, they said I am involved in illegal possession of firearms and child trafficking. I said they should properly do investigation. If it is true, I shouldn't be taken to court, I should be killed. So after the investigation, there was no evidence. They said I am a political talk. How can I be a political talk? I have a business doing. What did you have as an evidence calling me a political talk when I was with you? I was with you. I refused to defect. So the case was handled by Senator Akpabio's brother, younger brother, Idoronyen Akpabio. I was there on the 4th February 2020. They called me. I thought I was released. I never knew I was transferred to Abuja.
Wow.
So on our way going to the Abuja is when Governor Udom Emmanuel, the former.
Wow, the network kicked him out again. Maybe a call is coming in. I think he's having a call. So let's continue.
Mayhem in the South under the umbrella of this IPOP.
No. I stand here. I challenge them to prove it. Bring them. I see. You know why I'm saying this, Esther? I said I've been on ground. I was nearly killed. All right. During the August sit-at-home, Simon Ekpa declared for 2 weeks. Esther, I was in the east for 5 days, moving around. You won't see any youth in any way.
Pantang sentuh terkeras panjang ba? Alamak abang macam mana?
In any way. In the southeast, you see people going about their business. At least I thought from Imo to Anambra to Enugu to Abia. You know, if you come to Lagos and come to Oshodi and see the Aburus, there will be this sense of fear that, rough guys are here. My sister, you will not see any rough-looking people that looks like people that will do anything. Now, the place you will find fear and the way they treat the people are the military checkpoints. They will intimidate people. There was an altercation I had with them in Owerri. They asked me, they asked us to come down, which I came down. I came from Lagos that day. I came down. I was walking on, I never knew. So when I got to where an army man was, he said, Madam, cross to the other side. I said, oh, and I realized I was the only person walking on that express start. And I'm trying to cross over. I saw that people were walking on poto water. And I asked the military man, you want me to fast, Madam? I said, Oga, is this what you have brought? You've turned us to slaves. I should wear my white shoe to go and match water. For what? Number one, you asked us to come down from the vehicles. And now you want me to go and mess myself. Why not you tell me to go and roll myself in that one? I'm not going there. The man, it was serious. I said, I will not go there. I'm going to pass. You asked me to come down. And I've come down and you want me to go and join Poto. It was, now people just, all eyes was on us. One of their leader came out to confront and say, Madam, what is the issue? He said, Madam, I saw a guy, I will not go there. Is this what you are brought here to do? I thought they brought you here to protect us and to ease movement. You've not kept us under siege. My sister, not the IPOP, they do that one. It's military. So I said, and
you don't believe that even some of these elements, some of these persons that we see that they apprehended, somehow, somewhere that they say, oh, these are the guys, they use IPOP to whatever. You don't believe that no individual that they caught there is responsible for anything that has to...
Somebody that consult crime rates, you will see that Southeast will stay below. Because people move about. That is even why it's spending me more. People move about their businesses. You can hardly... Those that attack, they attack in guerrilla style. They will come in, do what they want to, disappear. Because if you go to an area where that attack happened, you won't see any rough looking, they've disappeared. You understand? So like Toludo said, there might be people from other places, but what I'm saying is that these people are criminals. Treat them as criminals. Don't stay in the disguise of IPOP. These people are agitating. Listen to the agitation and address it. It's different from criminal activities. Because these criminal activities happens all over Nigeria.
Is it possible that the Southeast governors themselves are not speaking in one voice? The last time that there was a call for the demilitarization in the Southeast, that is for all the military camps and checkpoints there to be dismantled, the only governor who spoke, on behalf of that was Alex Otti. We've not heard other governors speak and say, okay, you know what? The militarization in the Southeast is overwhelming, is frustrating businesses, activities, and all of that. Can you guys reduce your guys or your men? So what is going on with the Southeast governors having one voice in tackling this?
I will tell you something that will shock you and shock the whole Nigerians.
Okay, shock.
After I encountered the militaries in Osumuhu, when they now interrogated
Listen,
me,
pay attention here.
going to, after taking my passport, checking it, and now when they now asked me my kindred Gogo, it now struck me. I told them to their face, I said, so you are the ones that have been collecting information and giving to kidnappers. Otherwise, what is your business with my family? Here is Osumu. I'm going to Nnewi South. And you want to collect information up to my family. So, you guys did not just put us under siege. You are also involved in criminality. They went mad. They nearly shot. I never knew I would leave that place. They seized my car key. Yes, it got to the point where I told my brother, let us turn. I'm not following this route. They will call those guys to come and kidnap him. They are involved in kidnapping. They seized my key. And I told my brother, leave the key for them. Let's go. So I think they went and called some of their maybe leaders or whatever. They drove and say, Madam, go and take your key. I said, no, okay, let them keep the key. If you see the way they harassed, there was one elderly man, that man should be around 74 years. The way they were harassing the man, the military, go in, come down. I said, is this what you are brought to do? How can the people come and embrace you when you came here? It's as if they went there for a different mission. They are not there to stop any sit at home. If there is any crime, I quote, if there is any crime going on around where the militaries are, call them, they will not answer you. It happens in the south.
Some of the residents have complained on several occasions.
Now, I went home after that ordeal. I went home, I couldn't hold my anger. I went to the place where people gather. And I was narrating my ordeal. A young man said, in that place, they seized my machine yesterday. If you let anybody go to Nnewi South and tell an Okada man, I want to go to Olo, take me with Okada. They will tell you they will never pass that Osumu. Why? It's not because of unknown gunmen. It's not because of military. The way they harass them. So I called the PG of that local government, and I said, Oga, I don't think there is no IPOP anywhere. I think the militaries are the ones. You know what the man told me? Madam, we know.
The new folding revolver by Standard Manufacturing has been officially released today. No documents or...
I think the militaries are the ones. You know what the man told me? Madam, we know. Our hands are tied.
You see?
Now, our fear is, since they brought in and started the cabal, if you pull them, now if we put pressure to pull them, they will now pour criminals, and they will say it's because you removed us. So that is the fear of most of the governors. Yes. Wow. It's like they did not know. It's like
that is what you get when you're working with the
administration of our former president was waiting, looking for a way to move into Southeast to do whatever he wants to do. Probably I think the war is still on in the Southeast.
100%.
The war, what the militaries are doing is in the.
That is the problem. This is not a question of I think.
Yeah, it is.
I think the war is going on. It has never ever stopped.
Never ended. Never.
It has never ended. Never. They continue to pretend we are which Nigeria? Who knows you? They don't care about you. They don't care about you.
Currently carrying on a war in guerrilla style in the Southeast. They are not there for any IPOP. Now, IPOP is now an excuse for them to now go in, and they've stayed put. Another thing that will shock you now, I read where a lawyer petitioned the president that one militant is piling up arms. Now, my suspicion is we have uncovered they are going to arm another military to move them to Southeast. So what is happening in the Southeast? The governors knows that the federal government has a hand in it. The militaries, I challenge them. The list is they will put me in jail. I challenge them. They should leave IPOP alone. They should release Nnamdi Kanu. Now, if they say it's IPOP, let them release Nnamdi Kanu. Let us chat with him. Let us, as mothers, beg him to let us look for a way to present this case. But there is a case that IPOP is presenting before the federal government, and they have to listen. They must listen. Because how come in the last 3 years, the military has not prosecuted anybody as IPOP member? They're caught. The next thing they shoot. They shoot. Those people that are shooting are people's children, our innocent people. Now, this shooting is making our youth to leave Southeast in drones. What is their plan? So the governors and the PGs and the leaders' hands are tied. They are afraid.
So you completely disagree with what Joe Igwe is saying. Do you also disagree with the analysis, the synopsis that Chukuma Soludo gave in saying that 99% of those committing the thuggery, kidnapping, and all of that in Anambra are Igbos? Do you disagree with what he said? And do you also agree with the Operation Udogachi, which is to commence next year?
I disagree with him totally. In the southeast, if you move from Onitsha down to Umuahia, those occupying that houses are the Hausas.
Okay.
Right? Most of them speak Igbo. They live in the east now. They speak Igbo. So if you are using the catch them and they speak Igbo to judge, it's like in Lagos, catching somebody because he speaks Yoruba, using to judge that is Yorubas. Now let us learn how to call criminals, and then punish them as criminals. The guy that tried to murder Donald Trump is an American. They called him a criminal, they investigated, and they realized that the person's funding an American citizen is from Iraq. They said the guy said is an Iraqan or Iranian official or whatever. Now how can you catch a thief in the southeast and you brand him Igbo? Now you are also calling your son a criminal because your son is an Igbo person. So please let them, if they catch criminals in the southeast, let them treat them as criminals and not their Igbos.
Or place them under the umbrella of IPOB or Biafrans.
Yes, then coming to the security, Soludo wants to raise. Is Soludo saying that the militaries are in the southeast? The police, checkpoints all over the place, plus they are started the Kibon. Militia and the Ebubaga. That's 4. This 4 group of security personnel has been in the southeast in an area that has no business with crime. Before these people moved in, there was no crime. They cannot combat crime until he now raises another Udogachi, Abi Udogachi. Please, let Anambra and beg Soludo, we've had enough, except if he will say, okay, the militaries, I can see that you can no longer combat the crime. Federal government, could you please withdraw the military? Let us raise another security. That's number 1. Number 2, please, he should not raise another Ebobago.
Okay.
Don't create a monster that will swallow you. You know what they don't understand is, these their positions aspires. He will come down and become a citizen. And whatever monster you create today, we befall you. But the only way it's annoying me is that most of these people will move their families abroad. You now see that they have no interest in the southeast. They are using southeast as a platform.
Stressed out trying to clean your car? Discover.
Wow. I think we have to have spent almost 4 hours, more than 4 hours, So it's time we round it up now. We have had enough. This woman has given us a full dose. For those of them who think that it is only my brother Christian or my brother Maxwell coming online to talk, we are the only ones who come and shout and talk. And they will tell us we are living abroad. You are abroad, you don't know what is happening on the ground. This one is a journalist on the ground. A journalist on the ground. A Biafran woman for certain information. How the military are involved in kidnapping, how they attempted to kidnap herself, how they enforced the seat at home. She was very blunt on saying it. And she challenged them. But when we say it, they say we're making it up.
With the humiliation, telling the person to go and walk inside Potopoto. That is pure intimidation and humiliation. They want to instill fear in the people so that they know what they are doing. They know what they are doing.
Biafra have already been declared. All we are going to do today is to defend the land. Go ahead, my brother Maxwell.
My people, as you can see, I'm in the kitchen. My wife and my daughter, they went to their, father's house in Accra, so they traveled.
For Christmas.
So, yes, they will come back before Christmas.
All right.
You're going to be a bachelor for some hours.
Honestly, self-inflicted bachelor.
Yeah.
It is all good. You see, Mazi choose. Namoche that is there. It's quite a pity that what the Nigerian army is using the Nigerian soldiers to do in my mother's ancestral land is not what I did in Kaduna when I was donning their uniform and carrying, their weapons.
Yeah.
I have heart. God gave me a clean soul. God gave me the mind to look at someone's eye, even if you are my enemy. Since I have control of you, I will put you behind. I will protect your interests. That is the kind of soul God has given to me through my great mother.
Yeah.
Madam Eunice Nwori Nwosu from Ungwaland. A very great woman that took care of me with my siblings. What these people are telling them to do in Biafra land, where my mother comes from, is what I could not do. I don't have the heart to do that in Kaduna, in southern Kaduna state, southern Kaduna area. Not even in Bukavu Barracks, Kano, not even at Ngruyobe state, where my first point of contact, immediately I passed out from the Nigerian Army Depot. This is evil. This is unprofessional.
Yeah.
That a trained military officer would treat civilians with absolute disdain for not committing any crime, for no crime ever whatsoever committed. You are not at war. If you say you are at war, yes, we believe that we are at war. But if you want to define war, we are not at war. Why will you subject the people of Biafra land with this kind of inhumane treatment? Why?
Yeah.
Why will you do that? Even in peace enforcement operation that most of us took part. Peace enforcement, that entails force. Because the people that you are going to give the peace say don't come, but you have to enforce the peace. It's different from peacekeeping. We were not as heartless as what is going on in Biafra land. We were not. Even though that these people, we don't know them. The only connection is that they are Africans, fellow Africans like us, coming to your own land. You have the mind to do what you are doing to your own people, people that are contributing so much to the development of that country. You don't see no reason why you should take these people in, wash them, plead with them, bath them and clothe them and make them feel that, yes, they belong. Instead of you to do that, you are rather worsening the whole thing for them, making their life miserable. And that is why you are creating monsters. And there are bigger monsters that are going to come. Count me as one of them. There are bigger ones that are going to come for what you have done, and you don't relent. You continuously doing the same thing, putting them in harm's way, treating them as if they are uncommon people, as outcasts. But these are great people. The world knows. People, when they come into your vicinity, they make things work. Where life is not, they create life within those areas. People are looking for them right across the world. But right inside your own town, right inside your own country, you are treating them as if they are aliens, slaves. And that will stop. Any of my mother's ancestral people, man or woman, that is still working with these people to make our life miserable, you will pay the price. No matter how old you are, because lives have been lost. People are deformed today, probably through the shots that was fired at them. There are people who are using crutches to move around today because of the shots that were fired at them for doing nothing. I plead with every one of you. The governor, the so-called governors and the senators, representatives, local government chairmen and women and the rest of them. If you know what is right for you, do not set your brothers and sisters, your children, out for the enemy to consume. We will take you. We will give you what you want. If someone told this old Western region today that Kwara State will be on the verge of establishing a Sharia court, no, they will not believe. But I see some of them who are in abroad that are still campaigning for one Nigeria.
Yeah.
Your land, your women will wear gele. In Hausa land, they call it gele. You wear gele or hijab. We wear gele or hijab. You will cover your face with veils, and so many things will be happening. You are right to that your festival, that your culture, your tradition will be taken away from you. And that is the price you pay for treachery, just like Mazen Namda kind of pronounce it. Absolutely. Very clear, very vivid for every one of us. I use this opportunity, Mazichus. I am rounding up with this. Do not allow anybody to dissuade you from what you believe in. Our tradition is Biafra. Our culture is Biafra. Everything about us is Biafra. Without Biafra, we are nothing.
Yep.
Nigeria cannot give up. And they remember that we are not just fighting Nigeria, we are fighting the global world, countries, big-time countries with economic interest, diplomatic interest with what you have in your land. Your blessings that God has given to you. That is what they are after. They don't care whether they buy everybody. As
they don't care.
As that crude oil, gold, the money you pay is flowing. They don't care. My wish is that God will give us the strength and multiply whatever our efforts are, no matter how small they are, to face these people squarely. I thank every one of you. I see my Namoche here with gray hair, with gray beard. I say, may Chukwu Okike Abiyama continue to bless every one of you. It is well with us. Biafra is spirit, and Biafra is going to come. I remain, you are Wanwa. I remain, you are Okene. I am from the Kusase tribe, Mole Dagbon ethnic group of Upper East region, Bolgatanga, Ghana.
Thank you, Brahmas. Thank you, Brahmas. You've been so consistent. You've been so consistent. We thank you. You are truly son of the soil. Biafra is your own. Thank you.
Thank you. My beloved brother Christian, can you go for the closing remark and include it with your speech, final speech, so that we can take a break and come back tomorrow?
Yes, we do that. I will just say something briefly and go and get some mail because he hold me badly, you know. So the thing is, I'm grateful for the fact that Biafrans they don't wear the shoe and they know where the shoe they paint them. So that is why anybody coming to pretend and to lie, it's just a matter of time before you be exposed. Look at the sit at home, you can see, because the people know. They know that they need to be free from this evil entity that they've been forced into, and they continue to deny them the opportunity to make a decision. How on earth, how do you explain that? That nobody's willing to say the right thing or do the right thing. Let the people decide through referendum. But no, because you have people they call representative who have sworn to an oath to uphold the Fulani agenda. The senator and the rest of them, you know. So many of them confess it, that, if you marry a Fulani, we will pay for the marriage. Uzodimma was saying it. To pay for, just to mix up, you know, it's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. Even having known that the intention is to make sure they completely decimate our culture, our ancestral land, and put their emir. So it's incredible that these people who say they are Igbos will be supporting it, close their eyes while these things are happening, planning to bring IDP camp there, so that tomorrow they will say IPOBs, but they are the people creating the whole problem. You know, we thank God for that sister, that journalist who has exposed them completely. We thank God for her life. And may Chukwuka Okeabia will continue to protect her and continue to stand strong to speak boldly. We commit everything to the hand of Chukwuka Okeabia, our PM, our Mazen Nandikanu, and the new government. So we pray for one word, unity, to move on, because it's a war. The Nigerian government has been at war with Biafra since ever, and they never stopped. So we understand that. Some people don't, but we know. Look at what she was narrating. You purposely try to humiliate a people. They should come down from the bus and walk, and not walk on the right path. They want them to go and walk in the poto. That is how much of a humiliation is that. So the war has never ended, So the Joe Igbokwe's of this world, these are not credible people. These are people who you can trace them to either Fulani breed, maybe given birth by Fulanis, or for whatever reason. He has never said anything good, So this is a guy who does not believe in Igbo cause. He absolutely doesn't believe. He believes in Nigeria. He said that they should kill tribe, kill everything Igbo or Yoruba or this or that, So these are not people one should listen to, but their cup go full one day. Master, thank you so much for hosting us, and let's keep pushing, And it's a tough battle, but at the end, I believe that God will have His way, and Biafra is here. So thank you so much, and my brother Ramas, everybody, God bless.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you, my beloved brother. Bro Kafo, you can go on. Give us your final speech so that you can
Thank you, my brother. Good luck.
Go ahead, my brother Okafo. Go ahead, speak to us so you can take your rest. We'll prepare for tomorrow again.
Thank you, my brother Chooks. Whether they like them. Hear me?
Yeah, go on.
Hello?
Go on. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go on.
Okay. So I thank you, my brother. We will keep on talking, So what I'm saying in the conclusion is, let everybody that call himself a Biafran, anybody that call himself a freedom fighter, anybody that call himself the follower of Mazen Nandekanu, anybody that call himself the follower of Obato Obie, should know that we are no more agitating, should know that we are no more in exile. We are now a full government of United States of Biafra. And we should operate as a government, not as a people that are still agitating. The days of agitation is over. Please, we should know that these people get the reason why they are doing what they are doing. Whether they are the one doing it by themselves or they allow themselves to be used by the Fulanis, that one left for them. But I beg Biafrans, please, where to be is in Biafra Republic government. Our leader now is Dr. Ngozi Orabueze. Please follow that woman. Obey her. Follow the instructions. Forget about our brother that have left the road and begin to follow bush. I pray, may they no go far, may they no miss, before they will realize that they are on the wrong way.
You see.
So people that are still saying that they are no understanding. I don't know what you want to understand again. There's nothing in their hand. There's no documents in their hand. How can you work without a document? Every document that makes us a government is in the hand of Ngozi Orabueze. So power don't change hand. Whether they like it or not, she's in charge. And she's one following the template. And what leads us to where we are today is that template. Our leader told us to follow him, that he's bringing a new dimension into this struggle. So you don't understand what he's doing, you don't understand it. You are all not to follow, obey. Our leader don't see the whole thing where this man have on ground. And know that if we follow this road, he will lead us to Biafra. And that's why he instructed us to follow him. So wait till you know that thing you know now. Wait till you know that thing senior you. If you don't understand it, you don't understand it. How long would they continue to tell you that our leader is Nigeria agent? Oh, those one are old story now. I think say by now, if I don't tire about that, and know that these people are out to deceive. They don't mean well for us. That person they say working with Nigerian government. Look at where I have bring us to. Look at how far I have taken us to. And some people are still coming to use it to do rubbish. We are following who know road. Mazi Simon Ekpa Njoku, the Obato Obie, the peace ambassador, the Onu Ekulora, the man of the Biafrans, the Joshua of our time. He know road. Make we follow him. Make we follow him. Make we not behave like children. Where then they lead inside bush. Immediately they don't they hear horn of motor. They say, we don't they go, we don't they near main road. Now we don't know road. You make you lead yourself. You don't know where you go pass out. You go lost. So may we continue following our leader. And our prayer should be that as soon as possible, that he will come out and join us. He has no case. He has no case, no case. So maybe all these people are doing this thing. Whether they think say you know go come out again, I don't even just understand. I think I begin to reason why these people are doing all this thing they are doing. Why? Why? Because she's not. She never attended the security meeting with you people, and because of that, he feel that she will not use her office as he should. No problem. Everybody will give account of whatever he's doing. So let's move forward. Please support Ngozi Orabueze. Support her fully. Follow her. She's the mother. And as a mother, I know she will care. Please, like I said before, let our men, the angels, no receive money from two places. Make them no make that mistake. I thank every one of us. I pray that God will give us life to enjoy Biafra at the fullness. In Chukwuebuka, my prayer.
You see?
But choose well done.
Thank you, my beloved brother. Thank you so much for that amazing submission. I appreciate you for that wonderful contribution, and everybody that have joined us on this program today. From the first to the last person, I thank everybody that have spent their time with us on this program. May Chukwuebuka continue to guide and protect every one of you. We are closing the program and we're going to start again tomorrow. Later on, you can join me on Biafra Exodus Hot Top TV. I will still have this program, a reputation of program, because people have to see and watch. I'm going to do the program on the Biafra Exodus Hot Top TV. Try and join us there so that you can get more information also. May Chukwuebuka guide and protect our Deputy Prime Minister, Dr. Ngozi Orabueze. We pray that Chukwuebuka will give us strength, wisdom, knowledge, understanding. We pray for our Prime Minister, Mazi Simon Ekpa, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Biafra. We pray for wisdom, for knowledge, for understanding, for strength. We also pray for our Supreme Damazi Nnamdi Kanu, for strength, for wisdom, for knowledge, for understanding, for good health, for healing. We pray that he will join us very soon. No weapon formed or fashioned against us shall prosper. Whatever the enemy plan against us, they will always fail. Whatever enemy plan against us, they will always fail. We will continue to pursue our freedom. As the declaration has been made, I welcome every one of you to the United States of Biafra. I welcome every one of you to the United States of Biafra, and there is no going back. What we are doing today is restoration and recognition. That is what we are pursuing, and we will get it in the name of Chukwukabiam. No weapon formed or fashioned against us as Biafrans shall prosper. No weapon formed or fashioned against our Deputy Prime Minister, Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, shall prosper. No weapon formed or fashioned against our Prime Minister, Mazi Samuel, shall prosper. No weapon formed or fashioned against our Supreme Leader, Mazi Nnamdi, shall prosper. I thank you all for being on this program, and I will see you again tomorrow by the grace of Chukwukabiam. If you have time, join me on Biafra Ezra TV. See you next time.
Unless you understand your role in society, you can never ever make any meaningful contribution. According to the Greeks, there are three types of people on this earth: the idiots, the tribesmen, and the citizens. People don't know the meaning of the word idiot. They think it's an insult. It's not an insult. When the Greeks used the word idiots, they did not use it as a curse word. Idiots are people who just do not care. That is the original meaning of the word. If they write exams, they will cheat. If they are in government, they will steal. An idiot does not care at all. If he eats banana, he throws the peel anywhere instead of putting it in a trash can. According to the Greeks, some societies have more idiots than tribesmen and citizens. As I used to say before, Nigeria is full of idiots. Idiots. Before, Southern Sudan fought a war for 30 years. 30. Our own was only 3 years. Only our boss. 3 years only. Everybody ran away. Only 3 years. We don't want to build men that at the slightest sight of difficulty, they run away. We want to weed out all the chaffs. We need those that can sustain. Those who are relentless in the pursuit of our freedom until our freedom comes. No retreat and no surrender. How do you get them?
Buying and selling has put us into wait and take business in anything we want to do. Whatever that will take us time, we don't want it again.
Nobody wants
the problem with our people.
You know your people, at the slightest sign of difficulty, because they are used to buying and selling, they will run away.
Somebody is telling me here, he doesn't want to even go back to that zoo set or whatever.
But I said something. You must understand this. The greatest task on this very earth is to get a black man to reason like a human being. The same way, it's just like trying to keep an Igbo man away from gossip. Hey, it's impossible now. Come on, for goodness sake. How can you keep an Igbo man away from gossip? Oh no, please give me a break. Anywhere there is gossip, you find them there. Gossip, the gossip is sweeter than honey from Igbo man. Gossip. Unverified rumors and gossip is like honey to them. That is how hard it is trying to remove the bottle from the mouth of a baby saboteur. Is as hard as trying to get a black man to reason properly.
mgbe Usman Dan Fodio buru agha nke ya wee bata wee gbugide ndị ugwu wee gbuchie ha wee were ana ha. Akụkọ ahụ bụ ihe a na-akọrọ anyị. Akọgide aka ka Usman Dan Fodio si wee gbuchie ndị ugwu, o wee bụzi ya datina onye sizi n'ugwu Awụsa wee pụta maa agụ ụra n'ala Igbo. Isisi agbakwana ejekwana dị ọgụ na ọ na-akpọkwa daga. Maka ọrụ ihe a kọrọ anyị, ndị a were egwu Igbo. Onye Awụsa maa agụ ụra ịgbachi ya nkịtị maka na ịma na ọ ga-ama gị daga. Ana ọmacha gị daga ahụ nwe ihe ị ga-eme. Ndị a wee were ụjọ wee jide anyị wee na-dagbuo onye ugwu mee gị ihe ịgbachi nkịtị ị na-edi ya. Mana onye nwanne gị bụ onye Igbo mee gị ihe, o wee Biafra mee gị ihe, isi ka egbuo ya nkịta nke echi maka na ịma na ọ naghị ama daga. Aga m agwa unu na daga anyị kịta abụrụzi against ndị Igbo. Daga anyị kịta bụ against ndị ahụ bịara be anyị igbu anyị otu Usman Dan Fodio style. A ga-ama ha ivu eva n'ụwa niile a. Daga niile ha malụ n'ugwu Awụsa, anyị ga-amakarịa ha nwasef. Ebe a ka anyị nọ amachazi ya, onwe ya. We will now begin to
idozi ana anyị, dozie ana Igbo, dozie ana Biafra, ọ dịla anyị mma maka na ihe anyị na-achọ ka ọ dị onye ọbụla na mma ka ihe niile a na-eme na-aga aga. Onye nwere isi ọgụgụ ọ gụọ, onye nwere isi eji alụpụta ihe o mee ya, na-arụ ya, na-afọ ya n'anya, na-eme kọmpetishọn ọhịa na-eme ka ụwa dị mma. Onye ọbụla na-egoli. Ndewonu. I want you to understand that forget whatever that is going on social media. Forget whatever that the Nigeria terrorist states are saying on social media and behaving on their National Assembly. They know that the game is over. I am telling you the fact. The northern Nigeria know that the game is over. I know what is going on within them. The presidency of Nigeria know that the game is over. The Senate President Ekpa knows that the game is over. The only people that do not know, or maybe they are just skeptical, are the gullible one Nigerians who are believing in the Nigerian terrorist army that they have the capability to eliminate Biafrans, don't knowing that I actually lost the war already before we even the war. I want to encourage every Biafrans to be very, very, very resolute and focused. The difference between us, the Biafra people, and those that are blackmailing and propagating all manner of falsehood against us is that they are two-faced people, corrupt, very unbalanced people, and we are not two-faced. These people that are parading and spreading all this falsehood against us are those who believe in Biafra and they believe in Nigeria.
Lives, how New Dimension Media has saved their lives. You will see all that when you go to the website www.newdimensionmonday.org. Those individuals spreading lies on social media, either they know, but they want to continue to do what they do by using the name of Obato Obie to go and start propagating lies to unsuspecting Biafrans who may or may not believe them. But one thing we know is that they will be relegated to the trash can of Biafra history. That is where they will end up in. As our own Adono has said, and as our finance minister has said, our prime minister is fully aware of the functioning and the modus operandi of New Dimension Mandate. All the people that are working on the back end of New Dimension Mandate, our prime minister is fully aware of them. So when they say that our local bank account is tied to an Islamic bank, these are all propaganda. And I tell people, Biafrans do not discriminate against anybody. We are a nation that uphold the dignity of every individual. We uphold the equality. We uphold the rights of every citizen. Biafra and New Dimension Monday makes the world a better place. So those individuals that comes out to castigate other tribes, other religions, they are not part of building of Biafra. Even our own leader, Nnamdi Kanu, when he was in prison before, he paid for Hausa citizens to gain their freedom from the DSS dungeon of Nigerian government. Nnamdi Kanu did that. So anybody that comes out today to create that division between Biafrans and the Hausas or anybody, that individual is not propagating the message of either our leader Nnamdi Kanu or our Prime Minister Simon Ekpa. These are non-entities that have no place in the history of the United States of Biafra.
That's right.
Going around deceiving non-suspecting individuals, getting people confused getting people to think negatively about what our Prime Minister has set up and has approved. Message. Biafran men and women hear that ugly message from those that claim they are following our Prime Minister. Meanwhile, they were planted to destroy what we are doing. And it is the task of each and every one of us here to make sure that Biafra land is a land where respect for men and women exists. Respect, equity, justice, inequality exists. That is what the United States of Biafra is going to stand for. Anybody following individuals that believe that therefore cannot talk to them, those crop of individuals do not belong to the current Biafra we are building. Nobody will bring them near. Not why some of us are here. So I'm going to get back in touch with you or give me a call in the next 24 to 48 hours. And we already have a plan in place. Our young men and women, nobody will demean you. Nobody will demean you. You all saw our attorney who confirmed our redeclaration. She's a young lady like some of you. And she knows what is playing out. She stood in Finland and declared that this generation, the next generation, can never, ever be undermined by any individual who believes because he is a man, he can undermine the woman in Biafra land. That will never happen. We will chase them so far from the leadership of this United States of Biafra. Thank you so much.
Hey!